machine. Which one do I want to listen to today? Can you guys hear the truck backing up outside? The beep, beep, beep sound that it's making? Garbage truck's here right now. It'll be gone in a few minutes. Okay, well, I mean, that's good. It's pretty loud in here, actually. Which is why I ask. I'm never quite sure what this microphone picks up. Because, like, my old microphone picked up everything. Like, literally everything. Very faintly when listening to it? Gotcha. So, yeah, I'm still not quite sure what this microphone picks up. I've had this microphone for a bit now. And so far, it's been pretty good. But every now and again, it will pick up stuff that I'm not expecting it to. And when it does that, it's like, oh no, that's not good. All right, well. Dwarfs. Shall we? So we're year 401, meaning the fortress is 396 years old. Hope for today is to get to 397. Although, yeah, we're in late autumn, so maybe 398 even. If we can get Longdeath up to 402 or 403. And then hopefully soon we'll be able to hit 404 and 405, because 405 will be year 400 of the fortress proper. Because we did start on year 5. As always, the named dwarves in the fortress are Pilot, Dragon, Letharticus, Little M. Katsu, Anonimo, Anthony, Malden, the Scoid, Merc, Red Octobear, Cussy, Bloodcat, Diamond Destruct, Massive, Volleyball, Tygo, Zindros, Stone, Hoshan, Rory, Blue Space Weeb, Radio Free, Olive, Paranoid Metroid, who's now Tekid, by the way, Witcode, Zetsuki, Do It, Tele B the Second, who's very elderly these days, Arch the Second, Jimmy Tibby, Disco the Third, Do It Key Smash, and Banana, and Navy down at the bottom. So there we go. Currently, the dwarves are making a lot of rock crafts. Apparently, I need a lead cabinet in my king's dining room. I wonder if I made that already. Probably not. I also need 3 picks. It would help if I spelled iron right. But let's fly up to the surface and see if I have a lead cabinet to give the king. If anybody needs tour or anything like that, let me know. I can potentially show you around the place. Otherwise, we will just dive in. But the plan for today is more cleaning up of stuff and more trying to make babies. That's kind of all that we've been doing, and that's kind of all we can really continue to do, is try to make babies and get rid of stuff. Lead cabinet, 1. Tour would be nice. Alrighty, so just a refresher for anybody who's not familiar with the layout of Longdeath. Longdeath is a ridiculously big fortress, so don't worry if you lose track of things. Up top is where the bees live. They don't come down very often. This is the upper layers of the tavern. The green room over there on the left is the library. The little squarish room over on the right is the king's dining room / office. The room up top is the king's throne room, and the room in the middle is the tavern. Just 2 layers above the tavern. That colorful room right there is our temple. If I go down here, this is drainage, outer walls. Here is where the livestock live over on the left. We have unicorns and cattle currently. If I go down here, we can see the upper aqueduct and the upper walkways. Down here is that's the kitchen's level. This is food storage, and then down here is the main crafting level that I've been slowly coloring, just kind of with a paint by numbers using fancy materials. Down here is general storage. Down here is where I put the bodies and the statues. The statues are, well, they're statues. That's all they are. Down here is the maze that I made when I was bored, and here is the rest of water drainage and power, which is what we actually use to pump all the lava in the central lava tube. Down here is where we used to store coins, but then I kind of forgot about that whole thing. Here is going to be the top of the lava reservoir to eventually make this into an obsidian printing chamber, which is getting close. And by close, I mean not close in the slightest, but it's getting there. Then down here is metal storage and the magma forges, and then the first cavern layer, and then the second cavern layer, and down at the bottom of the second cavern layer is lava storage. And that's Longdeath currently. And also the drainage tube if we want to drain it. So very small population, intentionally so. It's limited to 50, but because we don't get migrant waves because of how old the fort is, we haven't had migrants in a very, 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 very long time. Turned my sub goal on because I had it off because charity stream. And there we go. Hello, Wilmer. What up? But also, I need to forward a congratulations to chat in general, because we did raise just under $1,600 US for Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, which I'm quite proud of. Which, you know, another little feather in my cap, I suppose, as someone who's raised money for charity over the years through Twitch. Which brings our total raise for charity up to $13,000, which is a lot of money. This channel by itself has raised $13,000 for charity since 2019. So, any features that are broken due to the Fort's age? Nope, nothing's broken yet. No real, like I've noticed some weirdness, like it's possible, and this doesn't have much to do with the Fort's age, but it's possible for children in forts to worship the same god multiple times. But no, not really. Nothing too strange. Other than migrants, yeah, nothing strange. Migrants haven't worked since the year 120, but that's not connected to the fort's age. That's connected to this. If there's a hard limitation in this version of the game that hopefully will be removed by premium, but when you hit 3,000 dead, you stop getting migrants. Yes, you are still alive as mayor. You are very elderly, though. Tele, you're currently conducting a meeting. Bit bored after being unable to fight, and you say be merry. Yeah, you're 166 years old. 166 years old. But yeah, if the dead and missing counter goes above 3,000, you stop getting migrants. It was a artificial limitation that was put into the game by Zach and Tarn way back at the beginning to stop people from just, like, breaking their computers, but was then promptly forgot about. I actually reminded Tarn about that limitation when I was talking to him for one of the interviews we did a couple months ago, and his response to that basically was, oh, we need to fix that. So, can you define limits? Like the limit for migrants? No. Certain limits are not definable, but things like, I mean, how many dwarves can I have in my population? Yeah, you could define that. You could set your population cap to 3,000 and get 3,000 migrants in the first year, and then immediately hit that number. But, like, there's the game has its kind of predefined limits for a reason. For a reason. So there's that. But, I mean, everything in Dwarf Fortress is very customizable. Like, there's been a lot of posts on Bay 12 recently all about, like, difficulty, right? And I've found them a little bit redundant because all of those things are already in the game. Although, it's from the perspective of somebody who doesn't play Dwarf Fortress, it would make sense as to why somebody's like, oh, well, I want to be able to tweak all this stuff. It's like, yeah, well, you currently can tweak, like, you know, the frequency of dragons or the amount of monsters spawned in a world, but it's just you have to go into a, you know, this file and, like, go through and change all of your very specific counts, right? Like, if you want to change your invasion cap, you can set it higher so that the enemies can bring more than 220 creatures. If you want more than 100 visitors, you can set that up or drop that down so you have only a small number of visitors. If you want to set your population cap, you can do that. You like, and then in other files, you can set the frequency of which things attack you and like how much value you need for stuff to attack you and all, all that stuff. You could even turn rent on, but like, you could disable cave-ins, you could disable invaders, you could disable like everything. So Dwarf Fortress is a very adjustable and tweakable and changeable game. The thing is, most people don't really dig into the files that deep. 3,000 dwarves, how many seconds per frame would that be? I don't know. Low number. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, the most dwarves I've ever had is about 400, and that was about 3 or 4 frames per second, maybe 5. But I don't know. I've never turned it up that high. But I did once set my population up to 400 just to see what it would be like, and it was slow, but it was playable. Oh, also we're farming emu over here. You're just getting started? Any tips? Play vanilla. Read the wiki. Ask questions. Those are my tips. Don't worry about installing starter pack. Just play the default game initially. It'll be a little bit more clunky, and yes, the starter pack has some additions that make the playability of the game better, but you'll get a better grasp of the mechanics if you play vanilla. Yeah, well, when I say vanilla, I mean mechanically vanilla. Vanilla doesn't matter. Like, that's like playing vanilla Minecraft with a shader, right? It's think about it this way. It's like the difference between playing a Minecraft mod pack and vanilla Minecraft with a shader. It's like, oh, it just looks different. So install whatever tile set you want, but play vanilla. Like, don't worry about using DF hack and don't worry about using DF therapist. Just your first fort or two, play vanilla, and then after that point, if you decide you would like Dwarf therapist or other assists like that, at that point, then add them in, because you will have a better experience learning the game if you understand how the game works in a vanilla state versus how the game works in an assisted state. Vedelinger does indeed draw nice pixels. I have a tile set that's just Nicolas Cage's face if you want that. No, you don't want that tile set. You really don't want that tile set. I need lead. Lead. Where's the lead? Lead. Laddie. Was it not a... Did I not make it? I swear I just did. This is annoying. That or I just have that. Okay, I think I need to sell my bags. There's a problematically large amount of bags. Yeah, but I'm also recommending people don't use starter pack. But, you'll never see me recommend people use starter pack. Is money actually useful? It does nothing. Nothing mechanically. Well, that should make you happy. I was hoping to put a chest in there with there, but lead cabinet, good to go. Money is like a trade good, but it's a less valuable trade good than crafts. I mean, like, you can use it as a trade good. Like, there's nothing wrong with using money as a trade good, but it doesn't have any practical purpose. Like, there's no real difference between selling or trading money and trading crafts or trading anything else. Where should you start? Somewhere temperate and somewhere that's not close to a lot of towers. Somewhere that's like temperate, somewhere that is calm, and somewhere that has trees, yes. And don't worry about preparing carefully initially, just embark. But avoid untamed wilds. And when you're embarking, if you hit tab, up in the top right, it'll tell you who your neighbors are on one of the tab options. Try and settle somewhere where there isn't goblins or tower close by. But aside from that, wherever you want to settle, really. I mean, your first few forts won't last too long anyway, so it doesn't matter all that much. I mean, settle on a resurrecting haunted biome and your fort will be really short. But something else I'd advise on as well is when your first fortress dies, don't generate a new world. Just start a new fort in the same world because you'll get to know the world over time. And that's always a very fun process in Dwarf Fortress because you get to know and learn who your fortress and faction is, and you'll begin to recognize different characters that show up. Fluxstone layer? Fluxstone... a thing about Dwarf Fortress is you play enough Dwarf Fortress and you'll have like a minor in geology and you'll learn more about like smelting metals than you ever knew before. So Fluxstone is what's combined with iron or iron ore to make pig iron, which is then purified into steel. So you need Fluxstone in order to make steel, but you also need iron in order to make steel. So that's one of those things where it's fine to have, but you don't need to worry about it when you're just learning. For maximum fun, you should settle somewhere with no metals and a tower nearby. That's not fun. That's just really boring because then that's just a dig straight down and seal the surface and be bored. Playing Dwarf Fortress. It's like go underground and hide. Never go to the surface again because dig straight down, put a cork in the hole, and pray. Because there will be zombies everywhere. Towers are where necromancers live, and they need bodies to make more zombies, and then they use their zombies to make more bodies, and then they use their bodies to make more zombies. Yeah, Fluxstone's good. But it's not something that you need to worry about as a new player. I would advise on avoiding aquifers, though. If you can avoid aquifers are very useful if you know what you're doing, but if you're just learning the game, aquifers are probably the only thing that I would say avoid. Especially a heavy aquifer or a varied aquifer. So an aquifer is the layer of water underground that, you know, in real life when you dig down and then you can build a water tower and then pump water out of the ground, or alternatively dig down and then build a well. That's an aquifer in real life. But in Dwarf Fortress, they're a little extreme. So there's like a light aquifer, which is pretty realistic. And then there's a varied aquifer, which is sometimes realistic. And then there's a heavy aquifer, which is you dig down and then a fucking like geyser of water comes like fucking shooting out of the wall. So I would avoid aquifers unless you want a very damp fort, mostly. But yeah, it's underground source of water. But in real life, it's like what we would, like I said, you play enough Dwarf Fortress, you'll learn Dwarf Fortress is quietly an educational game, by the way. Like, realize you're basically playing like really hard mode Mavis Beacon teaches typing. Once you accept that, Dwarf Fortress is a lot more fun. It's actually an educational game. Don't tell anyone. You were lonely after being away from family. Right after being able to help anybody. That's difficult, man. You do want to pray, though, so I'm going to make you into a performer of the Shrine of Earth, I think. No, the Remarkable Temple. Yeah. Go play music in the Remarkable Temple. And also, what are your tasks? Remove you from hauling. Keep you on burial, because that's useful. And water hauling. And yeah, I think that's it. Well, I mean, look at how many hotkeys you have to hit to play Dwarf Fortress. It's just hard mode Mavis Beacon teaches typing. This is the true sequel to Mavis Beacon teaches typing. It's just Dwarf Fortress teaches higher words per minute. Typing. And don't forget to play Dwarf Fortress with a mouse. And the game's saving, which means we're into winter. Rivers are good, yeah. Having some water close by is good. But the important question, if you've played Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing, have you played David Lynch Teaches Typing? Because that's the true educational typing program. It's fine, nobody's played David Lynch Teaches Typing. But if you'd like to, there's a free trial for David Lynch's typing software. It's like a 6-minute like joke game. But if for some reason you wanted David Lynch to go, "Hello, kids, this is filmmaker David Lynch," yelling about how you need to like press the E key. It's an entertaining couple minutes. Just learn how to pass aquifers and you'll be fine. It's better to have aquifers than run short of water. Like I always tell people, it's like if you're just learning the game, an aquifer is more of a hindrance than useful. You know, like some people will die early in Dwarf Fortress because they run out of water, but if you're trying to make your dwarves drink water, you're going the wrong way anyway, because long story short, dwarves need 3 things. Right? Dwarves need booze, they need a source of food, and they need somewhere to sleep. If you're giving your dwarves water, you're a bad person. There's a game to help you type Epistory, the type of calling it. Oh yeah, I'm familiar with Epistory, yeah. I know somebody through Twitch who used to speedrun Typing of the Dead, and actually had the world record for the fastest like speedrun for Typing of the Dead. But not only did he speedrun Typing of the Dead, he also speedrun Epistory and like any other typing game. Any game that was like entirely based on typing, he would speedrun it. Because he just had super fucking fast words per minute. How long should the world's history be? Well, it kind of depends on the type of world that you want and like the flavor of world that you want. The older the world is, the more evil characters you'll have in the world, if that makes sense. So the older the world, the more necromancers and vampires and were-creatures you'll have, like characters that have been cursed to live out their immortality now that they have obtained while being evil. So that's the kind of adversaries you'll get. If it's a young world, you'll get more ancient creatures, so it'll be more like God of War. So you'll have more giants, you'll have more minotaurs, you'll have more forgotten beasts, you'll have more dragons, you'll have more that sort of thing. So it kind of depends on the flavor of world that you want, but I would recommend just leaving it at default everything. Just don't tweak it too much. Just maybe make the world generate a smaller world instead of a bigger world, because then it'll take a very long time. Also, there was a tidbit in Tarn's most recent post on Bay 12 where he states that apparently world generation is about 25% faster because people were caring about their books too much. And it makes me wonder, what was it about books that was slowing down world gen? I really wonder. But yeah, it really depends on how busy and what, I guess not busy, what type of world you want. All right, that should be good. Historical figures and events. So historical figures are named characters in the world that exist that have history. And events are anything from battles to somebody stole somebody's shoe. Yeah, that too. Well, I mean, if you let your world gen run for 100 years, you'll have religions. Yeah, so events are very broad. Like an event is any line or thing that happens between multiple characters. So somebody getting into like Eurist getting into a romantic relationship with Thanom and having 2 kids is an event, and a boogeyman attacking the human, I don't know, Tob, and breaking their front leg and breaking their left leg, and the human escaping is also an event. Actually influence the world sometimes, all the time. Like that's what Dwarf Fortress is. It's a clockwork world that is influenced by its characters. Like the story that I always love to tell people to give you kind of an idea of the level of influence that a character can have over a world is there was a particularly jealous human child of a baron, so like born into semi-royalty in a world that I discovered this was a human character, and through lying and cheating and gambling and embezzling funds, she eventually managed to get enough clout within the world to become queen. Shortly after becoming queen, after assassinating the king, she became or hiring an assassin to kill the king. Anyway, she became like frustrated with her own mortality and discovered the secrets of life and death and became a necromancer. And then periodically what she did was every single year she would get married. Every single season she would get married anywhere from 5 to a dozen times. And shortly after getting married, she would plot to murder her spouse. And then she would assassinate her spouse every single time within a couple weeks of getting married, and then resurrect them as a zombie. And built up a zombie army, and then proceeded to obliterate all of the neighboring factions of humans and basically become the empress of all of like the human factions in that particular world. And that's just one human. Dwarf Fortress is kind of like if you took that movie, The Butterfly Effect, and made a video game out of it. Like, this world that I'm in is pretty quiet because it's quite small, but that is also sort of by design, right? This particular fortress, we've been running in here since this world was 5 years old. This world is now 401 years old. For, like, some real-time reference, that I've been playing this one fortress since August 2020. So it's been a rather long time. And, you know, like, there's a dwarven elven retreat up here that was taken over by the Ring of Corridors. These elves over here is part of the Fragrant Bear, who are our friends who we trade with annually. There are other spots that have been taken over by humans. These are 2 elven settlements that have humans in them for some reason. There's goblins up here who are, you know, they exist. Also, there's some humans in this particular pit, because I guess they took over it. But there's humans down here, kind of living, doing their own thing, and they affect this world. How many mega beasts are in this world? I have absolutely no idea. But probably most of them are dead, because I haven't seen a Forgotten Beast in about 100 years. Except for the ones that are in my basement. Because I have a whole bunch of these are all Cyclopses and Minotaurs and Giants that I have caged. Then I have 2 Forgotten Beasts in the basement, and then one that I have trapped in the basement, which is Nagathic, that thing. But as far as Mega Beasts, I don't know. We're in the Age of Legends, which means that a large percentage of the Mega Beasts are dead. No wonder why. Yeah, no, I mean, when you look at adventure or at Legends mode a little bit, it'll become clear pretty quickly why the game takes so long to generate a world. I had a Silk Factory set up for that Forgotten Beast for a while, and then I just stopped using it because it was more of a pain in the dick than it was worth. Like, in a world where I can just get spider silk for free and the value isn't that different, I just stopped bothering at a point. But yeah, I do have it set up to use it as a silk factory. I found it did more damage to the dwarves' psyche than actually useful stuff. So I just kind of stopped. Also, it was very annoying to like position pigs at an angle where it would like shoot at them, and yeah, it just kind of stopped. Yeah, there are many ages in Dwarf Fortress, which I can look up on the wiki if you want, but there's a good number of ages within Dwarf Fortress, and some of them are exceptionally rare. Yeah, there's the Age of Myth, which is the most common one, the Age of Legends, and the Age of Heroes. There's the Age of Three Powers, the Age of Race and of Two Races, the Age of Race and Other Race. There's the Age of Name/Species. So it could be like the Age of Dwarves or the Age of Humans or the Age of Elves or whatever. There's the Golden Age. There's the Twilight Age. There's the Fairy Tales Age, which is there's only humans left, which is kind of funny. There's the Age of Civilization. There's the Age of Death, where everything is dead, and the Age of Emptiness, where everything is dead. And a lot of those I've never seen. I've seen the Age of Legends, the Age of Heroes, and the Age of Myth. And I have seen the Age of Dwarves before. And I settled in a world once and the second I settled, it immediately told me I was in the Age of the Goblin because there was nothing else left. Temperature doesn't matter too much. Don't worry about temperature. Although if it's colder, you're going to get snow, which makes growing things difficult sometimes. But temperature matters very little. Yeah, dwarves aren't super bothered by hot or low temperatures unless you mod your game files to make the surface of the world hotter than the sun, at which point then dwarves will just spontaneously combust for no discernible reason. Aside from the fact that it might be a little bit too warm outside. Or if you make lava into a drinkable liquid, then you'll also have dwarves spontaneously combusting. Also maybe not wise. Well, good. The thing is, you gotta dig real fast, and dwarves, while they're strong creatures fond of drink and industry, they're not that fast. So I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna go top off my cup with some water. But yeah, I don't know if you saw the menu for it when you were generating your world, but if you saw a menu that's called Advanced World Generation Parameters, you can tweak a lot of things, including like base temperature for the world and such. And if you crank that number all the way up, let's just say that stuff will, and often does, violently spontaneously combust. If you crank that up. Literally like the last news post, he stated that there will be sounds and they're working on more. Also, he stated multiple times that Dwarf Fortress has the capacity and code base for sounds and uses location-based audio based on where the camera is currently pointing. So yeah, there will be some sounds. You know, there's things that, like, I understand why people ask me, and then there's things where it's just like, you know, like, I put up a video about that last week. But, frequently asked questions, shall we say. But, yeah, there will be some sound support. I just think it's funny because that's a thing that's mentioned pretty frequently by Tarn, but I don't know. It's fine. It's something that we'll be getting. There will be music, and it seems to be quite a bit of music. Music seems to be something that they've gotten kind of ambitious about. There's also some big announcement to do with music that I know what it is, but I had to censor it because let's just say Zach accidentally leaked it on my stream the last time the two of them were on here, which was kind of funny. It was very much a, oh shit, did I just fuck up? You just fucked up, which was amusing as hell. But, you know, it was, or rather, it's something I'm looking forward to hearing more about when it comes to sound effects and music. Because I'm a big fan of crunchy audio. I'm not expecting, like, mind-boggling audio setup, but this is more confusing than you thought. Well, what job are you trying to do? I guess is the question. Dwarf Fortress is a really simple game. The problem is understanding what you're trying to do and how to go about doing the thing that you're trying to do. You need a woodcutter to cut wood. Do you have so hit Z. Do you have a dwarf that's labeled as a woodcutter? I'm assuming you didn't prepare carefully, so you might just have one already assigned to woodcutting. But what you got to do is you got to hit D, and you got to hit T. So D for designations, to designate a job. T to designate chopping down trees. Press enter. Select the base layer of the trees that you want to chop down. So if I fly up here, I can show you. Go D, then hit T. Press enter. And select some trees. And then by default, you won't see any priorities. If you want to increase your priorities, you can do that with plus and minus on the numpad. But, and then after a few seconds, you should see, I don't even know if I have any woodcutters assigned. We may also all be busy. Let's crank up that priority. You should see a little blinking icon appear on them. I might not have any woodcutters assigned, because I very rarely have to cut down wood. That, or like I said, they might all just be busy. But anyway, after you do that, they should go and chop down your tree if you have woodcutters assigned. I'm assuming you also have axes. Dwarf Fortress is one of those fun games where you need to make the tools for the job, and 99.9% of the time, you'll just have the tools at Embark, but there are a few tools that every now and again you won't have them for unknown reason. Usually the faction you're playing like wasn't able to make that tool during world generation. Like I played a faction recently that had no access to iron apparently. So at no point during world generation were they able to make iron of any sort. Which is interesting. So they had access to steel, but no iron. And also no copper from what I could tell. So it's like they couldn't make hatchets. So I had to make my own hatchet, but it's fine. I figured it out, but Dwarf Fortress can be weird sometimes, but that's part of the fun. So currently we are making a bunch of clothing because I saw some dwarves that were sad that wanted new clothing, so. Then you press enter to designate, and then nothing happens. You gotta wait a little bit. But what do you mean nothing happens? So you hit D, then you hit T to select chop down trees. Select the trees that you want to chop down. And then ideally your dwarves will then go and pick that up. But if you want, you can confirm that the dwarves have wood cutting. So hit V, select one of your yellow dwarves that would be woodworkers, go to hit plus and minus on the numpad to scroll through these jobs. Select woodworking, and make sure that they have wood cutting selected. Also, are you paused? That's the other question. Is the game paused? Hit spacebar. If there's a green paused up in the top left, you might be paused. That is a good call out. Thanks. I've definitely had points where nothing's happening and then I realize the game is paused. Such an interesting spot. This is like everybody's favorite place in the entire fortress to eat dinner. It's like in this temple. They just love eating in the temple. This dwarf is telling a story. I wonder what story you're telling. In the early winter of 364, massive gravel relics became the king of the ignited creation. Was that really in 364? Like 40-something years ago? Wow. This dwarf is also perplexing me. They've come back from being brutally depressed. And now they're falling back into it. Like, that dwarf wasn't depressed in the slightest for a while there, which is still kind of weird to me. Still kind of weird to me. That is up to you. Your dwarves do what your dwarves want to do. Dwarves are not entirely undergroundy creatures. They're kind of like semi-undergroundy creatures. Like, being above ground a little bit is good for them, and if they stay underground too long, they develop weird sicknesses. How do you save a depressed dwarf? Give them what they want. So if they want to practice a martial art, let them practice a martial art. If they want to craft something, let them craft something. If they are lonely after being away from family, put them around family. If they want to pray to a particular god, let them pray to a particular god. If they're worried after being unable to help anybody, give them a doctoring job. I'm just reading off of this dwarf. If they've been caught in the rain too much, stop them from getting caught in the rain. Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything to a new player. A hillocks is like for like dwarves who live above ground. Hello, kettle. Yeah, so I would say that at the end of the day, it is up to you, and let your dwarves live the way that your dwarves want to live, and that is completely up to you. However, it'll be less fiddly, and you'll have an easier time of it if you just dig out a base. That's the easier way to build a safe inhabitants for your dwarves, I'd say. That is the more foolproof method of doing it. Hello, Rolf. How are you? Last time you gave her a nicer bedroom and things she liked, but you think you noticed the problem too late, and she went nuts in the militia area and got mauled. Well, as long as it didn't cause any other escalating violence after the initial mauling, that's not so bad. Kind of sucks, though. I mean, depressed dwarves in Dwarf Fortress, to steal a line from Tarn Adams, you can't save everybody, and some people are just kind of broken. And just true to real life, in Dwarf Fortress, some people are just kind of broken. And you can't save anybody. We're going to eat some emu, and it's going to be delicious. So, you can't save everybody, and some people are just kind of broken. Gonna brew some drinks. One thing that I think is worth noting about Dwarf Fortress that I see a lot of tutorials claiming, which is not true and very out of date and inaccurate, which is definitely worth keeping an eye on, is noise pollution. You do not need to worry about noise pollution. And that's kind of it. If you think that noise pollution, or if you hear anybody say that noise pollution is something you need to worry about, they're wrong. Noise pollution isn't a thing and hasn't been a thing in Dwarf Fortress for a very long time. So, worth noting. How do you go down a level with the camera? You hold down shift and then you hit greater than and less than brackets. So, period and dots. So if I go to this camera, hold up. Moving up a level is holding shift and then moving up or moving down, although I use the other shift, so I use left shift in those to move up and down. So, jumping back over here, left shift up, shift down. And then if you hit F1, it should take you to where your wagon is. So if you get lost on the screen, just hit F1, and it should reset you. And you will get lost initially. For reference, when I learned Dwarf Fortress properly, it was about 10 hours, maybe, of like very slowly reading menus and fiddling with things. And then after that, everything just kind of started to make sense. How's it going for me? Well, I'm 28 now. Birthday's over. I'm also flat broke because I spent all of my birthday money and then some on camping equipment. But benefit of it is I get to go camping because I now finally have a friend who wants to go camping with me. So, except UHKM. What have you got against UHKM? It's totally fine once you wrap your brain around it. It makes a lot of sense, you know? I'm like, I'm not gonna say I'm a defender of UMKH, but not the worst hotkey combination out there. But I mean, come on. What do you got against UHKM? Come on. It's just a kilometer. Approximately, right? Sometimes you just gotta respect the kilometer. I don't have these doors locked, do I? No, I don't. Dwarves, why aren't you slaughtering things? Ooh, you're telling a story. Merchants from the Ignited Creation visited the eternal adventure of time. Oh, they're talking about trading. I think all the hotkey combos are fine once you wrap your head around them. Looks like Paranoid Metroid is fighting with a buzzard. And I just wanted to say shoutouts because the buzzard misses the scribe, and then the scribe scratches the buzzard in the tongue, tearing apart the skin. The force bends the head, tearing apart the muscle. An artery has been opened by the attack, and a tendon in the skull has been torn. The scribe punches the buzzard in the upper body with her right hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the gizzard. The buzzard is propelled away from the attack, and Paranoid Metroid says, "I am in the midst of conflict. I feel no terror." And the scribe punches the buzzard in the lower body with her left hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. The scribe grabs the buzzard by the beak with her left lower arm, and the buzzard misses. And then the scribe punches the buzzard in the upper body with her right hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the gizzard. The buzzard is propelled away by the force of the blow. The scribe then punches the buzzard again in the upper body with her right hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the left wing. The scribe scratches the buzzard in the left lower leg, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Good day to you as well, Troopin. An endless road like. You know, honestly, for me, the learning curve for video games is, all right, time to sit here and stare at hotkeys for the next hour. That's my learning curve for video games. And when video games are like, you know, you don't have to do that to learn the video game, I'm like, what? But I like the hotkeys. It's just like I know all the hotkeys for StarCraft. Am I good enough at StarCraft to hit them even remotely quickly? No. But do I know the hotkeys? Yes. Absolutely. It's like the one time I played StarCraft 2, I sat there for the first whole match where my friend, because we were just playing against AI, right? And my friend goes and demolishes the AI, and he's like, "You haven't even built workers yet." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm still reading the hotkeys." That's me. But you know, that's the spirit. You know, read the hotkeys. Is that what you mean by camera zoom in? Because speaking of hotkeys, I got this on a hotkey. Just like I got this on a hotkey. You're the opposite, you never read hotkeys? Well, Dwarf Fortress is all hotkeys, so you don't have the option. The problem that I have with Dwarf Fortress and Dwarf Fortress hotkeys is then I'll go play a game with different hotkeys, and then I'll come back to Dwarf Fortress and I'll be like, I'm trying to hit the hotkeys for a different game. Ah! Like, I'll play other games that are similar to Dwarf Fortress, and then it'll be like, I'm trying to fucking Dwarf Fort hotkeys. It's like riding a bicycle, and then suddenly you're put on a motorcycle, and you're like, where's the pedals? Fuck! Not that I've ever been on a motorcycle. And I also haven't ridden a bicycle in like a decade. But, unrelated. Statement still stands. I mean, RimWorld's just not great, so unfortunate. But what? Hold on. This is allegedly bomb launchers that explode and spread fire, so I'm just... Whoa. Alright. How'd you make that? What'd they use to fire that? They're thrown from there, but what was that? This is for your Goblin mod that you're making for the Steam release. Finally got bomb launchers that actually explode and spread fire. This is for my Goblin mod that I'm making for Steam release. Oh, how? Exploding bombs? Oh, okay, so they're actually using, like, gunpowder. You built this mod off of guns. Interesting. Cool. Cool. I don't like talking about RimWorld, because it always ends with me just sounding like I'm talking shit. RimWorld is, very disappointing. How do you make a bed? Well, you have to make a carpenter's shop, and then you need wood. You make a bed out of wood. So you make a carpenter shop with B, capital W, or BW, okay, yeah, lowercase b, W, not capital W, and then C for carpenter shop. And then you place the carpenter shop, and then once you've built the carpenter shop, then you select the carpenter shop with Q, and then you can build a bed. I will just simply reiterate what I said. RimWorld is extremely disappointing. And it's got nothing to do with the mods. It's just extremely disappointing. Have I tried No Moria? Yeah, when it was new. Like, 2016, I think? When was that? When did that thing come out? My problem with No Moria, which actually isn't an issue that I have with Odd Realm, specifically, is No Moria was way too much just Dwarf Fortress. Like, No Moria was just like, okay, so it's kind of isometric Dwarf Fortress, but like minus everything that makes Dwarf Fortress cool, which is adventure mode and the world generation stuff and legends, right? So my bit of time that I spent in No Moria was like, well, this is just boring Dwarf Fortress. Whereas, like, something like RimWorld, at least, is, like, trying to do its own thing. Same with Odd Realm, is it's like, well, it's mostly doing its own thing. Like, yeah, there's definitely some mechanical similarities and some visual similarities, but, like, largely those games are just doing their own thing. Whereas No Moria was just Dwarf Fortress, and that doesn't, like, provide any real intrigue or fun for me. Like, that's just, well, okay, cool. Yeah, there's also, I mean, there's Innomia now, which is the free open source version of No Moria, but like, I think I'm kind of in the camp of, if you're going to try and make a clone of a thing, try and do something different. Or try and make it unique. Like, put your own stamp on it, and I never really felt that. What are those like? So Legends is just a book where you can just read all of the history of your world. It's like Wikipedia, but for each individual generated world. That's how I get those really detailed stories, is by sifting through Legends mode and peeking at things and learning slowly about the factions, right? That's where you can get the names of all of your kings. That's where you can learn about how many beasts or what age your world is, and all that stuff. Like, that's where you learn all of the stuff that the game doesn't tell you in the game, basically. And then adventure mode is an open world turn-based RPG that you play in the world that you generated, which is very unfinished and buggy and broken. Think about this. If Dwarf Fortress mode is kind of like RimWorld, then adventure mode is kind of like Kenshi. But also like bigger than Kenshi in a lot of ways, but also smaller in other ways. So. I need a crutch and a pick. Picking. Crutch, wood, 1. Pick, iron, 1. We're still working through all that clothing. We're into midwinter. You're making leather shoes. Oh, no, totally. I mean, No Moria has served its purpose, but, like, it's one of those games where, like, there's absolutely no logical reason to play it now. You know? Like, there is zero reason to play No Moria in the current year. You know what I mean? Like, there are better games that are in active development that are trying to be like Dwarf Fortress without quite being Dwarf Fortress, right? Which is why I always, you know, just recommend Odd Realm to people who want something that's like Dwarf Fortress, but not like Dwarf Fortress. Because that problem of, oh, it's just less interesting Dwarf Fortress is kind of a net negative for somebody who wants more from things, especially in a world where, not to be mean, but Dwarf Fortress is free. You know? Dwarf Fortress is free. Can I link that game? Odd Realm? There you go. What's the date? We are in late winter. We are... midwinter. I thought we'd be in late. 25th of Opal. We got 1 month left. Couple minutes. Uh-oh. Who snapped? Or not snapped, but... Radio Free Olive is sunk back into depression. Radio Free Olive was a dwarf that we sent away for like 20, 30 years from the fort, and they've returned, but are not exactly in the happiest mood. Which is unfortunate, but only so much we can do with that. So how do you get bottles and buckets of water? You feel like winter will kill you, so you shouldn't be worrying about water. What you need is alcohol. So do not worry about water. Do not try and get buckets of water. Do not worry about gathering water. What you want is you want booze. So what you need to do is you need to set up a farm. So like literally the only thing that dwarves care about is they care about booze, right? So what you want is you want to dig either underground directly into the side of a cliff or down 1 or 2 layers as long as there's dirt. You need dirt, right? Then what you want to do is you want to go to an area that, well, it's not going to look like this, but go to an area just underground and you want to go to workshop or build and then hit P for a farm plot. And then using the legendary UMKH, you will make like a 3x or a 2x3 or a 3x3. And then in a patch where it's not red, it's red down here due to all these trees trying to grow, or giant mushrooms trying to grow. But place it on some dirt, right? And then using that, you're going to start up a plump helmet farm. You're going to plant plump helmets all year round. I can show you how to actually set that part up too if you want. But you're going to plant plump helmets all year round, and you're going to make a still. And then you're going to get your dwarves to brew alcohol. If winter kills you because you run out of water, you are torturing your dwarves and you deserve to die. Dwarves literally, like, it would be like trying to make somebody drink shampoo exclusively to survive. Dwarves do not like water. And it's not that... Or rather, it would be like trying to subsist off of nothing but Marmite instead of water. Most people don't like Marmite. And dwarves don't like water. They can drink it, but that's not what you want them to be drinking. You want them to be drinking alcohol, because that's what gives them happy thoughts, that's what keeps them healthy, and that's what makes them happy. It was the first thing that came to mind. I don't know, what's something... Okay, it'd be like drinking only olive oil. Like, olive oil is delicious, but, like, imagine drinking olive oil. Also not a drink, but I'm trying to... Okay, imagine trying to survive through winter, but the only thing that you're provided is ranch-flavored soda. How's that? Because they make that, unfortunately. Thanks, America. Ranch-flavored soda. You know, that's a thing. Speaking of things, dwarves. Speaking of things, if you want to help out the stream at no cost to you, if you happen to have a tweeter, like and retweet that tweet, because, you know, it's kind of a slow start to the stream today. So anything to bring more people in is good. I don't like being below the big count of 50 for viewers, so anything to keep those numbers up is greatly appreciated and goes a long way. Also, hosting the channel is free and something that you can do that helps greatly as well. But first of Obsidian, late winter. Oh, Vinegaroon is out of its den? Vinegaroon? Vinegaroon. What's that? Yeah, it's America and its obsession with very distressing flavored sauces. I don't like ranch, in case it wasn't... Actually, I don't mind Cool Ranch Doritos, but that I think is like the only instance of ranch I don't automatically dislike. Ranch can be mixed into things to taste okay, but like ranch by itself is just kind of not great. I mean, I'll eat it if I have to, but like I'm not a big fan of ranch. So, or maybe like the only liquid that you're provided is Jones turkey dinner soda. No, it's fine. So you've made farm plots? Okay, so once you've made farm plots, hit Q and select the farm plot. And now this is where things get a little tricky. You're going to use the numpad, plus and minus on the numpad, to select plump helmets. And then you'll be on whatever season you are currently, which is probably spring, I would guess. So select plump helmets, then go to autumn, select plump helmets, then hit B to go to summer, and then select plump helmets, then hit D and go to winter and select plump helmets. Homemade everything is usually better. But I still would prefer no ranch over homemade ranch. You can make the best, highest quality, organic nuclear waste of all time. I would still opt to not have to consume the nuclear waste, you know? I think that you can respect that. Why would you want to eat a ranch anyway? Well, I mean, I could take it one step further and instead of eating the ranch, just be like Finland and eat the horses. Because they do that. It's like a scorpion thing that shoots acid from its butt. That's something I need to Google then, apparently. What? It's a scorpion thing that shoots acid from its butt. Huh. Apparently they're called whip scorpions. The scientific name, Thelifondia, sounds like a phobia. Huh. I just learned something. Have I ever had homemade Japanese mayo? Yes, I still don't like it. Mayo is an ingredient. I don't like mayo on its own in any situation. Don't care who made it. Don't care how good it is. Do not want mayo on its own. Mayo is excellent as an ingredient for the same reason that I'm totally down to eat cooked eggs, but I don't want to eat raw eggs. You know, it's like I will absolutely consume and enjoy mayo as part of other things. But if it's mayo presented by itself, I would rather vomit in a cup and drink it. I don't like mayo. do not like mayo. Similar aversion to ketchup. Just doesn't matter how good quality it is. I don't want it. They're surprisingly good pets. Nothing about scorpion-like creature that shoots acid out of its ass sounds like a good pet to me, but you know, captions are either very accurate and helpful or hilarious, and there's no in between. So, Infinity Smells, are you telling me that you have a pet forgotten beast? Because that's kind of awesome, actually. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, mayo in a potato salad or mayo in a coleslaw, fantastic. Mayo in a cup to dunk fries in? No. Anyway, enough of my dumb food shenanigans. Mail in a cup to drink fries in. You've got mail. But in regards to Finland eating horses, one of my teammates on Halcyon Frequency, my stream team, who's on my podcast pretty frequently, Bellinair, is from Finland, and he always goes on about how he eats horse and how much he loves eating horse and how the Finnish love eating horses. So he's my reference to Finnish culture. So if I'm like off base, I apologize. But that you can blame him if I'm mistaken or incorrect. Okay, Cussie's doing all right. You were pretty rough, but you seem to be recovering, so that's good. An assassin bug. Assassin bug's pretty cool. I mean, still eating horse. I mean, I'm not assuming that you're eating like a spit roasted horse, but eating horse is illegal here. Like, to give you an idea, like it's a very different cultural thing. And then there's me, where I'm mostly vegan, and it's like eating meat. Don't know about that. I think I'll just let that horse live its life. Horses are scary. And I'm comfortable with my manlyhood, and I know that I don't need to eat a horse to show dominance, so I think we're good. I will just simply stay far away from horse. Cool, we are brewing them drinks. Rather quickly, too. 3 more crutches. Do I have to? Enjoy your lurks, Raz. Cheers, man. I'll tell you something that is amazing as a standalone dish, though. Kimchi. Kimchi, pretty fucking good. All right, so they're putting all of those boulders away now. Still working on this. I'm like this close to just manually hauling a bunch of this stuff out of here. What? I might actually just start doing that. One chunk at a time. Because then we're also going to need to get all of these crafts out of here. Which is also going to take forever, because each of these is full of pots. And crowns. And crowns 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 and crowns. And crowns and scepters. And pot. Okay. Pots, scepters, crowns. Great. See how good that brand is? I'm planning on making and fermenting my own. Although it's kind of funny because like in my apartment's very small, right? One room. So fermenting things in my apartment, maybe not wise because it'll stink. So my plan is to take expensive or take advantage of the storage unit I have in the basement that is basically just like a metal cage in a room next to the car park in the basement. But like it's temperature controlled. It's not particularly like it's dry down there. There's no pests or anything that could get in it down there, and I could just like fill up my fermenting tubs and then just leave them down there and like not worry about it. And I'm gonna do that as well with sauerkraut. It's two of my plans for my garden this year. Is to have sauerkraut and homemade kimchi. Because I'm growing everything I need to make both of those things. So, goals. Essentially, just goals. So hopefully nobody complains about weird stinky substance in my storage unit in the basement. See, this isn't like a rented storage unit. This is included with my apartment. So technically, I own it. It's just a cage in the basement of my apartment building. It's not a U-Haul or anything like that. Hey, Mist Runner, how are you? I mean, considering I know someone who rented a U-Haul once to grow weed and did, sure, I could absolutely do that. You meant like a garage? Yeah, well, I'm not going to rent extra stuff. I'm going to keep the storage space I have in the basement. A U-Haul to grow? Yeah, weed, naturally. I mean, I did that in my closet one year. I live in Canada. This shit's legal now, so I can reminisce on the days before it was. If they're close enough to smell it, why are they in your cage? Well, I mean, like, the only people that go down there for, like, 10 minutes to, like, grab a bike. And then they, or not even, like, a minute, walk in, grab a bicycle, and leave. Or, like, people are down there a lot around Christmas time, but it'll just be, like, 3 weeks of a kind of weirdly salty thing for the one. Yay! Sorry, I'm so excited now. It'll only be down there for a couple of weeks for, the sauerkraut and a little bit longer for the kimchi, but Yushrir, the merchant, has given birth to a baby boy. Does anybody want to be the brand new baby boy in Longdeath? This is the Yulvash Fiery Tools. This is the, or Fairy Tools. This is the first like child we've had in Longdeath in like a decade. It's close to a decade. Dwarf, you? Mist Runner? Have you had a dwarf before in Longdeath? Hold on, let me check. Nope, this is your first dwarf. Perfect. And I can cancel that statue. So Mist says Gaba. He is the son of Ushirir, Baysalv, and Etur Plain Thatchet? That's a strange name. And is a worshiper of Shistek and a worshiper of Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is braided, and his hair is braided. His ears are somewhat broad, and his hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe, and his eyes are cobalt. He likes platinum, rose quartz, alpaca wool, the color pale blue, boxes and bags and scepters, and guinea fowls for their social nature, and osprey for their fishing ability. In the words of the number of glistening and the sight of the heliotrope barium, when possible, prefers to consume mackerel and pearl, a mullet, beer, and rye flour and durian seeds, and can't stand roaches. Personally values hard work and values cunning, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He is private to the point of paranoia. Well, he's a child and can't speak yet, so makes sense. Unwilling to reveal even basic personal information about himself. Well, naturally, he can't speak yet. He's a baby. And he is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need somehow, and can be very single-minded, and swayed towards emotional appeals, like there's food here and food there. He forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others because he's a baby, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. I think that is mom imposing thoughts on this baby. And he can sometimes act without deliberation. Well, he is a baby, and he tends to form negative views about things. Wah, you haven't given me food frequently enough because he's a baby. He often is cheerful and is slow to anger. Well, that's good, doesn't cry a lot. And he is a friendly individual. What I would lead to believe that also mean doesn't cry a lot, and isn't particularly interested in what others think of him because he's a baby and has a sense of duty and needs alcohol to get through the working day, like a good baby. Happy birthday, Mist Runner. Nothing more terrifying than a dwarf baby. Nothing more terrifying than a warrior dwarf mommy carrying a dwarf baby, because you're about to get your skull cracked because a dwarf baby's about to be impacted on the side of your head. Dwarves need alcohol. Doesn't matter the age of the dwarf. Dwarves need alcohol. These aren't humans. These are dwarves. This isn't child. This is baby. Like, infant needs alcohol. Baby. You spent 2 hours reading Legends? Anything interesting? Find anything exciting? My phone's vibrating. My mom texting me? What's up? It's usually my mom. Nope, I gotta follow her on Twitter. Hi, Rolf. Thanks for following me on Twitter. Sorry for just, like, calling you out there, but... But yeah, this is why I say, don't worry about water. Your dwarves need alcohol. Every dwarf, no matter how old or young, needs alcohol. They don't need water. They need alcohol. Water is like a mid-game thing so that they can get baths and showers. Alcohol is what they need to not die. So give them alcohols. Beer, booze, whiskey, rum, sewer brew, wine, all that stuff. That almost looks like a minion that's had the top half of its head cut off. I don't know what that's supposed to be, but it's terrifying, Rolf. I like it. It looks like somebody removed, like, the forehead of a minion. You found a dragon slayer and read up on the dragon? Did the dragon have any fun escapades, or was it just like, attacks human village, eats 50 chickens, attacks human village, eats 50 humans, attacks human village, eats 50 chickens, rinse, repeat? Dragon ate 200 barrels of beer and died of overdose? Unlikely. Dragons don't need alcohol. Actually, dragon is more likely to set like 200 barrels of beer on fire with its fire and then die in the explosion. I would say that is more likely than it consuming the beer. The elves that read their history kept on breaking up and getting. The elves I read their history on kept breaking up and getting back together. Sounds like elves. There was 8 weddings between two people. Damn. Indecisive little shits. Apparently. But one of my favorite additions that Dwarf Fortress has gotten over the past several years is just, oh, dwarves are fine with polygamy now. It's just like, oh, they can break up and like have multiple relationships. They can cheat on each other and they can get married multiple times. It's like all of those changes have just been some of the best shit because they're all so silly. It's some of the little tales that the game gets because of them are so good. Like, it's never going to get old. It's just so amusing. Also, we're about to hit spring, Stone. It's the 1st of spring, meaning if anybody's going to die, it's going to happen right now. We currently have 31 dwarves, not counting merchants. Curious if we just lost anybody. If anyone's going to die, it's probably Tele, and it's going to happen now, so, about that. Ponce! Thanks a ton for that host, dude. It's a big fucking host. Thanks. What are we playing? I completely missed that you were live today. I kind of just like rolled my ass out of bed and sat at the computer. Basically, I used the Ponce strategy of things. Just kind of rolled my ass out of bed and here I am. But, cheers, man. What are we playing? I can ask. If you guys don't know Ponce is more entertaining than he gives himself credit. Oh shit, I've heard good things about that. Actually. Should go follow Ponce. And anybody coming over from Ponce's world, my name's Blind and I play way too much Dwarf Fort. Why was a donkey in your bed? I rolled my oh, okay. I had to like run through what I said. Rolled my ass out of bed. Well, see, I wasn't referring to asses in the donkey. I was referring to asses in my bottom. Card Shark was really good. Because, like, I don't like card games, and I've come to terms with this, but I like deconstructions of card games and the concept of card games. So, that's actually a pretty big one for these guys. Hey, they brought more strawberry seeds. Oh, look at that. Look at that! Hematite scroll rollers? Would you look at that? And a nickel ring. It'll go right next to my Nicolas Cage. Yeah, look at them. They, like, came into some money or something. Maybe they, like, robbed somebody on the way here. There's not really much playing of cards. Yeah, no, I was listening to a podcast that Waypoint put out last night. And the thing that they said about Card Shark is that it's more about, like, sleight of hand movements and cheating. And it's like, I don't like card games, but I'm totally down to cheat at card games. So it's like, I've always wanted somebody to make a really good card game, but, like, you're not actually playing cards. You're just trying to, like, pull off a Ocean's 11 style heist while playing cards. So, like, I've had this image of a game in my head for a little bit now, which would be, maybe I shouldn't say this on stream. Someone will steal it. But please make this game, actually, and just credit me or something. I don't know. Tip me $10 if you sell it and make $1 billion. But a game that I've always envisioned is like you go into a casino and you have to play blackjack. But while you're playing blackjack, you're actually playing a meta strategy game where you're trying to count cards and the game assists you with counting cards. So you're trying to cheat at blackjack while as a distraction while a heist is going on in the background. And so you have like this overlayer of a strategy game where you're like organizing this heist going on this meta layer while playing blackjack or various other like casino games or trying to cheat at various casino games while your team is like heisting money out of the casino itself. It's just something that I've like envisioned for a while. And I'm sure you could make it into a run-based thing with meta progression and, you know, all that jazz, but that's an image of a deconstruction of a card game that I've had in my head for a while that I feel like would be neat. Or you could go like kind of Wild West with it and like do it in that era, but anyway. I don't know, just the concept of cheating at card games is a fun one to think about, in my opinion. It's a fun one to think about. You know, it's like video games are best at letting us do things that we can't do in real life. Which is why I sort of enjoy truck simulators, because I can't drive. Oh, also, Ponce, I've got a question. How do you feel about camping? Because me and my friend Kevin, who you met at the Dragon Force show, have just spent a lot of money on camping gear and are planning on going on regular backpacking trips. So if you ever get into a mood where you decide you want to go get bit by bugs and sleep on the top of a mountain, call me. I might be able to set something up. Potentially. I need black bronze. Don't know how much I have right. Also, I haven't checked if anybody died. I should probably do that. Uh-oh, somebody died. Nope, it wasn't Tele. Okay. Oh, geez, Hammerer died? Whitcode has been found dead. Rest in peace, Whitcode. It wasn't Tele. It was not Tele, turns out. But it does sound like a lot of fun. Well, I'll let you know as I buy more stuff, because if I end up buying as much camping stuff as... Well, so I just purchased poles, tarp, and a hammock. And I have a backpack. And I'm planning on getting a second backpack, but my aunt has offered me a tent as well. So I'm going to end up with like more sleeping gear than I intended. So I don't know. There might be a situation where I can lend you shit too. But I'll keep you posted if I end up with enough gear that I could lend some stuff to somebody. We'll see. But also keep an eye on like Value Village if you happen to see like an old backpacking backpack or something. It's something that I'm gonna start doing, and we're planning on. We're currently aiming at going backpacking 2 times a month, 1 to 2 times a month. That's a lot of elves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. 7 merchants. Damn. You have an old travel backpack? I mean, if I end up getting a tent from my aunt, like, all you'd need to bring of your own shit would be, like, flashlight, backpack, tent, sleeping bag. But we're planning on just going up Seymour. So we're planning on busing to the base of Seymour and then taking a cab up the mountain. And once we're up the mountain, as if you walk further, I'm assuming you've been up Seymour, but the second you get past the end of the ski hill, which is like 3 kilometers up a hill, once you're past that, it's fair game. You can camp wherever because it's just provincial property. The only thing is you're not allowed to have open fire, which means I've already made a tin can burn camp stove. But that's where we're planning on going frequently. Trudge with the Prime sub! 55 months! Fuck yeah! You know, Fog just resubbed for 56 months, so all I gotta say is Fog's got a month on you. But Trudge, thank you very much for sticking around for all these years and continuing to support the channel. And thank you very much for the first notification of money in 2 hours. Dude. Keeping this weird show funded. 1 resub at a time. Hell yeah. But yeah, that is our plan, Ponce, is just meeting at the base and then just going up the mountain. Although we might end up walking back down Seymour depending on how much cabs cost. Because it is 4.5 kilometers of road, switchback road. So we don't want to walk up that because fuck that. But we might walk down depending. Because there are trails and stuff that you can take down. I absolutely no interest in, walking up that. Fuck yeah. I'm so happy to hear that, Dredge. That whole thing sounded like a big old bag of shit. Big old bag of shit. But thank you for, like, updating me on that. Because, like, I was actually kind of thinking about that the other day. Just in regards to this chair. Because, like, this one's still in warranty. Barely. But I'm like, I like this chair. It's like, is there anything I want replaced on it? Because, like, I don't know. I'm just getting worried that they're going to go out of business. But you know. Although, still quite happy with this chair. And I know some people who've had this exact same chair for, like, 5 years now. And it's still going strong for them, so. Glad to hear that the bits and pieces arrived. Investments are open, chat. Also, apparently, I've had too much coffee. I need to go take a leak. Back in a sec. All right. Streamers returned. All right. Oh, you do not have a broker. Well, damn. F's for our broker. Let's give it to Kosoth, this great persuader and accomplished negotiator, who's currently smelting ore. My king wants 2 picks. No, the broker died of old age, which is unfortunate, but that's what happened. But yeah, our broker passed away, which is sad. I mean, Whitcode was good at their job, but kind of is what it is at a point, I suppose. But yeah, I'm looking forward to camping. Camping is something that I'm very excited about getting to do. Because it's been too goddamn long. It's funny because the guy that I'm going camping with, Kevin, it's like I've been friends with him for quite literally a decade, and only in the last like 2 years have we like realized that we have a mutual interest in going camping. It's like it's just the subject never came up. Then he started going snowshoeing, and I was like, I'll go too. He goes, you want to go snowshoeing? I'm like, yeah, that's something I would like to do. No fun animals, just wrens. And then that, on one of our recent snowshoeing trips last year, the subject of just like, yo, why don't we just like go camping? So we could totally go camping up here. All right. Gifted them all their feather egg yolks back, and that's it. Just smelting all of this silver ore because there is so fucking much of it. There's so goddamn much of it. Also good investment. Stone, you got the win. Chat, do you have any fun plans that you're thinking about doing over the summer? Like I said, mine's just camping. As far as content I'll make up there, because I'm sure some people are going to be asking. Odds are pretty good. I'll bring my GoPro at some point and film a trip, but it's not good. It's not the priority at all. This is more of a me thing. I'll take photos and post them on Twitter at the very least, but this is more of a me thing. It's not like I can stream from up there because Canadian wireless networks are cheap. And by that I mean expensive and don't have a lot of good data, so... You'd like to take the camper up to the dunes, but gas right now for the truck is expensive. Yeah, I don't even want to, like, think about that. Like, gas prices here, and I don't know, like, what this is in American gallons or anything or other regions, but by the liter, it's, like, $2.40 to $2.50 per liter, right? For gas here. I remember growing up when my mom was shocked that gas was 60 cents. I have this vague, like, this memory of my mom being like, man, gas is above 50, but they're above 59 cents. That's crazy. That's so expensive. I'm just like, $2.50, like, Christ. But, you know, like, I live in a country where gas-powered vehicles, fossil fuel burning vehicles will be banned. Like, you won't be able to purchase them or drive them on roads outside of events and on private property by 2033. So if we actually hit that, like, it's very unlikely that anybody will be driving gas vehicles for much longer. At least nobody in their right mind will be driving gas vehicles for much longer, at least around here. But yeah, all of my backpacking slash camping plans are entirely based around public transit and what is reachable and achievable via public transit. So, but you know, I live in Vancouver for a reason. Mountains are easily accessible via public transit, and there's also a few places over on Vancouver Island that are easily accessible for camping via public transit. 5 a gallon. Truck takes 100 or so to fill right now. Ay. If you're going on a long trip and you're filling twice, yeah, that's expensive. Is just idling with a few buddies and beers. I mean, idling with buddies and beers is good, but it only gets me so far. I need to do other things. 25 octane is 256 euros a liter here. That is a lot more than here. So close to $3. Well, I mean, euros is currently below the American dollar, right? But still above the Canadian dollar. What's Canadian to euro right now? Canadian to euro. Yeah, 1 Canadian dollar is 70.75 euro. So 125 Canadian is, yeah, so your gas is significantly more expensive than ours. But I don't know. It should be more expensive. It's one of those things that it's going to be growing pains for society, but we have to get past using gas as a primary form of transportation. But I don't know. So this is just like where I've been recently, chat. I spent about 2.5 hours watching Not Just Bikes videos. I can't remember who recommended that channel to me. Via I can't remember who recommended that channel to me initially through Twitch chat, but somebody did. And I just wanted to say thank you to whoever that was, because that is a very good YouTube channel. Like an extremely good YouTube channel. It is ridiculous how good that YouTube channel is. It's just like nerdy urban planning, city planning YouTube, and it's very good and very interesting. So, shout outs to that YouTube channel. Not Just Bikes is the YouTube channel. With a big orange logo. But it's like, I posted a video on Discord by them the other day, which I can link if you like. But it's a Canadian living in the Netherlands who just gets super nerdy about city planning. You did go camping over the holiday weekend, managed to get a good 3 days of trail riding? Hell yeah. Very different kind of camping than I'm planning on doing, but the camping that I want to do is very much the, I'm just going to take a backpack and a tarp and a sleeping bag and a sleeping mat and, like, just go lie in a field in the middle of nowhere. I really like quiet camping. I'm not a big fan of, like, loud camping, you know? It's kind of the same outcome, and it's one of those different strokes for different folks kind of thing, but if I'm going camping, it's like everything's going to fit into a backpack this big, and I'm going to carry my own water in and carry my own food in. You get anxiety at night and you can't imagine it in the wild? That's what the weed's for. Like, there's nothing better than, like, sleeping outside halfway up a mountain, a little bit stoned. You're in America? I fought the law, and the law... That's what the vodka's for? I don't know. What else would you bring up for? And go camping in Canada. Although, realistically, bringing weed up a trail and getting high is a really bad idea. So only in small amounts. I don't know what the state of legalization for most states are. I know it's legal in Seattle, but that's about it. And California. But then again, I'm Western, so. That aren't designated for camping is people don't respect their natural areas and trash where they camp. That's one thing that I don't envy about places that aren't Canada, because like here we have so much public property, and yeah, there are hot spots. Like there was a there's an area called Alouette Lake in the Greater Vancouver area, and there was some people last year that got fucking lifted in by helicopter. With enough stuff to literally like have a rave. And there was like 20 or it was 20 something of them, because it required several helicopters to get them out. And they did this in the fall. I want to say this was either like 2019 or 2020. It was a couple of years ago. Yeah, they airlifted themselves in. They rented a helicopter and airdropped themselves in to the middle of nowhere, right? Well, this is just like echoing that they just don't respect and destroy areas and trash where they camp. So they got airlifted in. They brought a generator, lights, they brought speakers. Anyway, because the weather can turn here, it started hailing, right? Because it was fall, right? It started hailing. And it shorted all of their power, so all their lights went out, so none of their electric stoves worked. So, I mean, I kind of feel that way about people who bring campers out, but like, why if you're gonna have electricity, why camp at that point? But anyway, it shorted all their power, so they couldn't cook food, they couldn't boil water, and their portable fridges that they brought started going bad. And because they brought so much shit, they couldn't make the 15-kilometer trek down the trail back down to base camp to get out, right? And they obviously couldn't carry their stuff because they brought in a helicopter. And the weather was too bad for the helicopter to fly in and lift them back out. Rich children. And so search and rescue had to bring a float plane in to evacuate them. It's like... And I was reading about this on one of the Vancouver tabloid newspapers. It's like 15... It was like... 20 it was like 22 young adults fined. It was like $8,000 each because search and rescue had to take 4 trips or something to airlift all of them and all of their stuff out of Alouette Lake. It's like, and Alouette Lake's like an easy hike, right? It's not steep, it's not hard, it's an easy hike. It's by all accounts a very easy trip to make. I did that when I was 12. Frequently. So it is not a difficult area to hike. And there's lots of easy spots to camp. It's pretty public. There's a paid campground. There's all of the open city areas. And then these kids are just well, there's the campsite at the end, so we'll just airdrop in with a helicopter because it's a big beach. There's space to do that. But yeah, they didn't bring shelters. All of their food needed electricity to cook. They brought fridges, and then just it started raining and it started hailing, and the weather got worse, and the weather got worse, and the weather got worse, and they got to be evacuated. Yeah, no, if you go hiking and you break your leg, right? Let's say you go hiking and you trip and fall and break a leg, and search and rescue has to come up and rescue you, you don't get charged. If you go out and you're ill prepared and you get stuck and it's 100% your fault, you have to pay search and rescue for their services. Because they're a nonprofit and they're funded by donations. And if you fuck up and it's your fault, you're paying them. Which, makes logical sense, I think. If you can afford a helicopter to airlift you into a campground, you can afford to pay search and rescue for the privilege of saving your dick. It's, you know, it's important. Makes sense. Search and rescue can't charge that much. So when we're talking about, like, let's say a rescue team of 5 people, right? You have to pay those people's lost salaries from their job, right? Because they would take that out of... So, like, let's say that I'm a, I don't know, carpentry or a cement contractor. You'd have to pay me my lost wages for the contracting work. You'd have to pay the fines and damages for public parks and rec if you caused damage like they did. And you'd also have to pay all of the fees for all of the equipment used and all of the fuel for all of the equipment used. And so you have to pay all of the people's time plus for all of the equipment that they use to get you out and your shit out. So in cases like that where people bring way too much stuff and it takes a whole bunch of like rounds of a plane and like a day or 2, in this case it was like 3 days to get all of their stuff out of there, yes, it's gonna charge you that much. We have free healthcare. We don't have free get you the fuck out of the forest for being stupid care. That's on you. As Wild Cloistered became king of the Ignited Creation in year 5. Free healthcare is the only reason I can afford to do this job. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford my monthly meds without any coverage in the States on the amount of money I make doing this. So... But as it sits right now, I'm like, you know, able to live pretty comfortably off of people's generosity. So shout outs, chat. There we go. The fountains are on. I think it is time. Oh, 2 picks and 2 low boots. Iron low boot 2. Pick iron 2. Once those are done, we're going to lock the dwarves up here. Give them a break. Yep. Well, I mean, the weird thing is, though, Athros, is the last Starship Steam page isn't listed as an early access game. I mean, maybe that'll change, but it's not listed as an early access game as sits, so. But yeah, I mean, if I trust anybody to do an early access game and do an early access game well, it's Introvision Software. I mean, they did it with Prison Architect and they kind of pioneered how to do early access right, so. They were like the first good example of what to do with an early access game. So I would expect them to do something similar again. Yeah, that's also an interesting way of doing things. Honestly, I think that's the better way of doing things, is just doing playtests and then launch. But I've applied for the playtest, and if they let me in, and I'm allowed to stream it, I will make videos because I want to know what they're working on. For anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about, The Last Starship, a new game from the people who made Prison Architect, except it's in space. But like it looks like Prison Architect. Also, you know, Darwinia, Multiwinia, and all those other games that nobody remembers, but you know, it looks like Prison Architect, but in space. So, nothing wrong with that, I say. And it looks like, from the gameplay video that they released on their YouTube channel, it looks a lot more like Star Sector than what a lot of these, like, space games are. So, they might be doing manual approvals. No, totally. They probably are only doing manual approvals, so they'll probably only let people in a few at a time, but we'll see. I've got my email up, so if they send me an email, I'll look. I was wondering what they were going to put out, because it's been a while since they've done anything. Like, Scanner Somber was the last thing that they did, and that was a while ago. Never heard of it? Well, that's because it's not out yet. And it was announced this morning, or like the other day. The Last Starship is a new game from the people who made Prison Architect. And Prison Architect was great. Admittedly, like, that there's certain things in that game that make it difficult for me to play it, but I enjoyed it through early access, so this is a new game that's worth watching, I would say. Or at least worth paying attention to. So there's a link to it if you want to go dig into it a bit yourself, but... Okay. Need 2 picks. Just waiting on those 2 picks. They're UK based? Oh, probably, yeah. No, I mean, they're because they just announced a video game. They're probably working, but I would say give them a week to work through those requests because they're probably numerous. Actually, I'm curious about something. Curious about how many wish lists it's on. How heavily wishlisted it is. Oh yeah, no, this is like brand new. Only like 280 people follow it on Steam. And it's not even charted on the top wish lists. So yeah, no, it's like brand new. Apparently the Steam page was private for 10 days. So yeah, no, like they only just made that Steam page. For a Steam game called Outpost. It's probably not the Outpost I'm thinking of. Does anybody know what Outpost I'm thinking of? German police sued some protesters that roped down a bridge. They roped down from a bridge to block the highway, and below the bridge for a couple €1,000. The court approved it, stating that the police could have set the amount even higher in order to compensate for the costs for police forces for the high-rise climbing specialists that block traffic and other stuff. It's an interesting precedent to set. But, I feel like I need more context on the situation, but weird. Also probably justified. The Outpost I'm thinking of is a unfinished Sierra published, I think. Oh, this is that Outpost. This is another one of those mysterious Chinese games, right? Yeah, I know what this is. Another one of those mysterious Chinese games. There's been a few of those recently. The last big mysterious Chinese game was probably Dyson Sphere Program. At least the last one that was like relevant to me. I'm sure there's been others. All right, let's lock the dwarves upstairs. Dwarves, it's time to take a break. I don't like factory building games, so I never played it. Although I also won't play Outpost. Because again, don't like factory building games. Another account on Fuck Around and Find Out after the story blind told? Yeah, fair. I mean, like, there's some things that, like, you can do, and there's some things that you just, like, can't do. And that's just how our world works. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing about that sounds appealing. Fair enough. You play games that you're interested in. Not sure why we're talking about it, but fair enough. Also, chat, we're a little bit lurky right now. Can I get a round of beers? I'm just curious about how many people are listening to the stream currently. Just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. As I sip some coffee. Perform dance. Fuchsia Velvet. The classic. What instrument are you playing? The Lilar? Hell yeah. Oh, there's plenty of mysterious Chinese games. The thing about mysterious Chinese games is they pop up out of nowhere. They look very, very fancy. And then they release, and the release versions never look as fancy as the trailers. And then they sell excessively well because everybody in China buys them because there's this huge, massive audience on Steam that only sees like 1 in 15 Steam releases. Because getting your game approved for sale in China is not easy. But these Chinese games always are approved for sale in China because that's their market, right? So, yeah, well, that's why I'm asking for beers. I'm just curious how many people are listening. So, I mean, mysterious Chinese games pop up every so often, but it's hard to tell whether or not they're going to be the ones that, oh, this is going to sell 2 billion copies like Dyson Sphere program, or if they're going to be like the ones that don't. It's hard to tell. Maybe that'll be one, but I don't see the point in me publicizing it because it's not like it needs my publicity. I do think it's dumb, though, that they've called it Outpost because that's such a non-descriptive name. Well, cheers. We'll see if we see you when we see you. I'm just going to be keeping these dwarves alive. You think they want to change it? It seems like something that is like a work in progress name that needs to be changed, you know? It's like naming your game Project something. It's like that's a non-name for a thing, I guess. Well, I mean, certain governments are also trying to blame video games for violence every 15 minutes. Like, the difference between Western blaming of video games for things and Chinese Communist Party blaming of things is the Communist Party blames video games for people's laziness and lack of productivity, whereas the Western blaming of video games is, oh, video games makes you violent. Okay. Sure. So the Communist Party of China is like, we want to cut down on the amount of video game people play so that they aren't as lazy. Whereas, which is actually like kind of a more accurate take than the Western, oh, video games make you want to go on a horrible murderous rampage. Which is just not accurate. It's like, yes, I've played Hotline Miami. Do I want to put a mask on and beat somebody's face in with a baseball bat? No. Do I want to do that again in Hotline Miami? Yes. Completely unrelated activities. Oh, yeah, I mean, you're completely correct. But just like every other communist country in the world, it's never stopped anybody, right? It's like I know a person who lives in mainland China who comes into this chat every so often. And yes, they have very strict amounts of time that you're allowed to play video games. Also, just like people in Russia are not supposed to be able to get onto Instagram, it's never stopped them. Like, people in Russia aren't supposed to be allowed to use Instagram right now. But just ask any Russian if they can still use Instagram, and yeah, you can. I always go outside with a knife after reading combat logs from Dwarf Fortress, don't you? I mean, if I'm going camping, I'll bring my Bowie knife, yeah, but only camping. I mean, I'm just afraid that every person I walk past is going to grab me by my tongue and, like, suplex me. That's my actual concern, Spewer. The difference is I'm frail, so even if I bring a weapon, I know that I will still lose. I know that it's a losing battle, so there's no reason to start. Oh, like in real life, you can't press R to restart? True, yeah. You know, I can completely relate to that, you know? There's, you know, there's countries with mandatory military time, Mist, and I believe that living in a modern society, we should have mandatory retail time or mandatory food service time. One of the two, where legally, in order to graduate or become a member of society, you have to work at least a year in either retail or food service to show how fucking asinine some people can be. Because, like, it's not necessarily like a certain class of people that are just assholes to people who work in food service, but there definitely is like some connection between people who have not worked in food service and people who are assholes. It's like, if you've worked in food service before, odds are pretty good you're at the very least understanding and like a decent person to be around. Just like if you've worked retail, it would make you're at the very least going to be understanding towards other people who work in retail, because you know what that is like. That sounds like the old civil conscription you had in Germany. I mean, depends how you word it, but could workshop that. But seriously, instead of like mandatory military time, like let's just be like, go work in retail. Fuck. As a person who's gone through mandatory military training, that's an interesting take. What, that we should work retail for a year? I mean, I worked in food service for 8 years. And to this day, I'm still frustrated when I'm around people who haven't worked in either retail or food service. And unfortunately, it was turned into an endless career. Yeah, I mean, I knew a number of people that were trapped in McDonald's when I worked for that company. Serve on the weapon or drive school kids around for 12 months? Yeah, well, I mean, that's not food service, but... But yeah, I don't know. I've felt that way ever since I've worked in crappy jobs, is everybody should have to work a crappy job for a year to know what it's like to work a crappy job. Unfortunately, you run into problems when, like, people don't ever work a crappy job and, like, somehow manage to get through their whole life without having to work in retail. And they're always just the worst people to be around retail. Cussy is stumbling around obliviously. That is... setting. Did you just strip your clothes off? Motherfucker, you did. I think? No, never mind. Why is there so much clothing right there? What the fuck? That must have been where, other dwarf died. But Cussy is now, stumbling around obliviously and hasn't made a artifact, I don't think. Yeah, no, hasn't made an artifact, so... I would take that to mean that this dwarf is dead. That is sad. But I don't know. I don't think it'll ever happen. Mandatory retail time, because in the next, I don't know, if we keep going the way we're going, there won't be retail left, which is a positive thing and a negative thing. So, Mark, what up? How we doing? Pretty good, I think. Mostly positive, at worst. Positive to very positive at best. Pretty good. Pretty good. Your Bobby is too good to work retail. I read that as my body is too good to work retail, and I was going to say, well, so speak for yourself. I mean, I've been in that position too, but I don't know. You learn a lot about how society works working in retail, and there's a lot of people who should have that life experience that never get it. And if there's one thing that working in a shitty fast food job for years taught me, it's how to be diplomatic with people. And also how to be understanding of people working those jobs when I'm on the opposite end of the stick. I don't think any human is suited for retail because I don't think retail is a job designed for humans. And humans don't treat people who work in retail like humans, which is why it's not a job designed for humans. Also, I'm sad. Thanom unfollowed me. Number went down and I went and looked. Man, all because I say that dark humor ain't welcome. Because you joke about suicide and dementia in one sentence. That's a little upsetting. Some people. Oh, brilliant. My water's getting shut off on the 13th for an hour. Only an hour, though. That's fine. World's not going to end. That's taking it a step farther than even I said. Is a year in both? A year in food service and a year in retail? I just said 1 year in retail or food service. But I respect it. I don't know. The saddest thing for me about my time working at McDonald's was the day that they installed the automated checkouts. And I know a lot of people really like those. But the reason they are incredibly sad to me is when we installed those, every single store that I worked at lost 30% of their employees within a year. Just by those things getting, like, installed, which is crazy. Go catch those Z's. Don't let them fly away. Yeah. No, I mean, it's a lot of important life lessons are learned from working in retail. Because, like, I did gas station and I did food service. But the main thing we need to work on as a society is making our school system more than just an expensive pyramid scheme for rich people to gain status symbols. It's unfortunately very close to what a lot of higher schools are these days. Dwarves that want to fight that are not allowed to join the military are frustrating. A dwarf wants to fight, is not allowed to join the military. Oh, hey, Cussy snapped out of it. Ugh. It really, like, literally the only thing that makes this dwarf happy is sleeping and yelling at people in charge. I don't know what to do with you, man. Quite literally. Also, Chad, if you could say goodnight to my petty, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. Conquer some pits and send them to the gulags? You haven't seen much of this fort, have you? But that's okay. Like, this whole fort is peaceful as all heck. And if we send dwarves away, we send them to the helixes. No need to, you know, make gulag jokes or references of that sort. That's not something that we do. We've also never really been at war in this fort, and I don't intend to go to war at any point. I'd like this fort to last. And doing those things would be very counterproductive to the fortress's goals. All right. Game is saving, so there's quite literally nothing I can do at the current moment. Doing? Are you hauling? So where'd you get that silver from? Apparently there was silver up here in this corner. Why? Where? What? Hold on. Apparently, okay. Wait, is there silver up here still? Say there fucking shouldn't be. Weird. I have no idea where that dwarf got that silver from, but apparently this dwarf got silver from up here in this corner somewhere. Oh, there it is. That's where it was. Right. Okay. Well, at least that area is almost clear. That was back from when I used charcoal and was up on the surface. I thought that all of that silver was out of there already, but apparently not. Damn. All right, well, I'm going to set some things to give stockpiles. But, man, that's funny. No, they're already set to give. Or rather, I think I need to set them to take. Trying to like search for conversation topics, but my brain's kind of just like at null point right now. I don't know why. Some days I'm like really good at coming up with conversation subjects, and today I just seem to be annoying people. So, what do you want to talk about, chat? We need to talk about something. Can't just sit here in silence. But today, for some reason, I'm like having a hard time pinning down a subject of discussion. The thing that I'm like really torn on for today is I don't know what to do this evening. Literally anything, Stone. Please help. Willow trees are cool. Used to have a knotted willow close to where I grew up, which was custom made by my great uncle. How do you depict hell? Hell doesn't exist. It's a made-up manifestation by religions that try and convince you to hate yourself and despise your own body. And then they shame you with everything that we are built and designed to find pleasurable and interesting by telling you that you will be damned to eternal whatever the fuck. So how do I depict hell? I don't, because it doesn't exist. Iron pick 2. Wait, was it 2 or 3? 2. Wood crutch. But jokes aside, though, how do I depict hell? My brain. Yeah, I know Workers and Resources, Soviet Republic. That was one of the least pleasant video game experiences I've ever had in my life. That game was so unpleasant to play early in its early access phase. It was just possibly the most clunky, unfun city builder I've ever played, but I've heard it's gotten better. I haven't, like, cared or taken the time to look back at it, though. Sir, what is with the reasonable takes today? You're going to irritate the masses with these common sense-based observations. I don't know. I've been like, I'm ready for a vacation, right? And I'm taking a vacation at the end of this month. I'm going to be gone for a week, right? I'm going to Quebec. And I've just had my birthday. So, I don't know. Maybe the filter's just, like, currently rinsed. That and, like, as of late, I've felt that, like, just general turnout for the stream has been lower because there's been other games coming out and people are watching other streams, and also it's summertime in the parts of the world where the majority of my audience is, so a lot of people are on vacations or not watching streams or outside with like a pint of beer instead of like inside and watching video games on a computer screen. So chat's been a little bit more quiet, so I've just been allowed to kind of run hog wild with where my brain goes. So That's what's with the reasonable takes, Athros. Oh, actually, a good depiction of hell for me is just a headache. Like, just a migraine would do it. That's hell. A migraine. Having a migraine is hell. Willow, which means you wouldn't call the appearance sad, but it is a weeping willow. I don't understand why people think that weeping willows are sad. I guess it's because they're like a droopy tree and people are used to trees being all perky. But like, willows don't look sad to me. Willows look more relaxed or wise is how I would describe the visuals of a willow tree. Or the Disney fantasy series Willow, which I have absolutely no recollection of it existing. But apparently it existed, and now suddenly there's a movie, and people are all like, yay! And I'm like, I don't know what this is, but I'm happy for you. Which I don't think has anything to do with willow trees. There's a weeping willow near my community garden plot as well. Which is quite nice. Pleasant. But yeah, it's been a weird like change of things recently, like the YouTube channel becoming more of a rapid form of growth than the Twitch streams. But we'll see how things go. Why insult it? Yeah, I mean, people often refer to willows as sad trees. I think a sad tree is a tree that's been chopped down. So a house is a sad tree. But, you know, necessary evil, one might say. Or rather, a sad tree is like a tree that has been pruned into a point where it's like bent out of shape, actually, because something that's dead can't be sad. So a sad tree to me is like a tree that's been like mutilated either by poor trimming or fire or something. That's a sad tree. There's another willow up in a park that you don't really go to anymore. Yeah, there's they're pretty common. There's quite a few of them around here. I think almost every park that I go to has at least a couple of willows. I just live in the right environment for them, so they're kind of just everywhere around here. What time of year are we in? Early summer. Meaning humans will be trading with us soon. I'm just kind of saying fuck it on these boulders and dragging some of them out manually. Because like clearing out that craft spot is pretty quick, but we're gonna have to clear out the crafts too, and that's gonna take forever. So, speaking of humans, human caravan has arrived. So only the one faction has been coming. Alman Abo has been coming to trade with us for the past few years. We also haven't gotten any royal treasurers, so it's been light on the human trading front as of late. Because, like as I said, only one of them have consistently shown up to trade with us. We got a lot of clothing to sell. And so after we're done with the clothing, we can bring crafts. Oh, actually, let's just double check. What's picks and crutches and low boots. Okay, so let's do scepters. Because there's a lot of scepters up here. Those hyphens are all scepters. But yeah, no, it's just that weird time of year where, like, Twitch gets kind of slow for a lot of people. And that's just kind of going to persist until school starts again, in my experience. It's like, when school comes to an end, things get quiet. And then things stay quiet until... until summer. Speaking of video games and video games that released, so anybody gotten any good Schadenfreude out of Diablo Immortal yet? Because I think like the most impressive thing to me about Diablo Immortal is that people are actually playing it. I'm so fucking impressed by the fact that people are actually playing Diablo Immortal. I can't. Like, I was kind of expecting Diablo Immortal to just kind of like come out and people be like, oh, that came out. And then nobody would play it. But Blizzard fans have impressed me once again and are accepting the poop on a platter that Activision Blizzard keeps serving them. And they're quite happy to consume it. You know that you get asked a lot, but you haven't seen this in the current year are we? We are 400. Actually, I don't get asked. I get asked this less often than I get asked when Dwarf Fortress is going to release, which is an unanswerable question. So at least it's an answerable question. Currently you're 402, meaning the fortress is 397? Yeah. 397 years old. How close are we? Not even halfway. And at the current rate we're going, because I've slowed down a lot, it'll take me 6 years to finish this. If I'd kept up at the original pace that I was at way back at the beginning, it is likely, it is likely that I would be closer to year 600, I would say, if I'd kept up at the original pace. But honestly, the reason for the slowing of the pace is more to do with just people not being as interested in watching Longdeath specifically. So, but that's fine for asking. Frozen thumbs and welcome to the channel. So this is becoming more of a Farlands or bust, less of a I'm actively trying to complete it at this point. Which is why in the world would you logically play that? You know what I mean? Like, people are playing it. That's what's weird to me. Like, to me, it's one of those, there is absolutely no logical reason to play Diablo Immortal. It's a less good Diablo 3. What is Longdeath's agenda today? We're still trying to get the babies rolling a bit, but still working on clearing out the basement of boulders so that we can make a obsidian printer. Although this dwarf was refusing to drink. Now he's going back to go drink again. Keep the few moody dwarves that we have from tantruming. There is a fly in my apartment. Get the fuck out. Let me smack you. You kind of enjoyed the monetization they had in Mordor before they took it out. Get out. We can't be friends. It's like, that's... No. Bad. How dare you have that opinion? I mean, it's an odd one, but you're entitled to it. Yeah, but like, you could have that system without having the option to pay money for it. But yeah, the reason I brought up Diablo Immortal was I glanced at Twitter, and the first thing I saw is apparently Quinn69, who's really big channel on Twitch, is just spending money on loot boxes on... Interesting. Sorry, some stuff's happening at Giant Bomb that I'm really suddenly very curious about that I want to pay attention to later. But anyway, fucking Dan Reichert is now creative director at Giant Bomb. That is bizarre. Sorry, Nani, what the fuck? Anyway, everybody's moving around right now. But yeah, anyway, Quinn69 was fucking streaming Diablo Immortal and has spent $8,000 on Diablo Immortal as of this morning and hasn't gotten a single 5-star drop. So, yeah, no. There's also like that thread on Reddit that did the math where it's just like to max out a character with good rolls would cost you about $110,000. That is completely irrelevant, Same Linux. Like, the amount of money that somebody makes from a stream is irrelevant based on how much money they're spending. If you get perfect rolls, it's 110,000 USD. I think that Diablo Immortal is the biggest, most logical reason to point at and say we need, like, to change our gambling laws. It's like, enough of this video games make people violent bullshit, but video games certainly do make people gambling addicts. Like, can we, like, take that seriously for a minute as a society? That'd be cool. I know this might be, like, a controversial thing to say, but... Also, I agree with Stone here. I struggle to see how that statement is a response to Stone's statement. If you built your entire game around monetization, I don't want to play your game. They're having virtual baby games? You know, when you say things like that, I remember that, right, I'm suicidal half the time and don't want to live in this society anymore. That's where my brain goes. It's like, right, fuck this place that we live. People are disgusting. Yep, I feel the exact same way about that. My general way of thinking is if you have to monetize a game so much that the game becomes hampered due to the monetization, you're probably spending too much money on your game. Yeah, Netherlands and Belgium, Rolf. The rest of the world needs to learn from the Netherlands and Belgium. Strategy? In air quotes? Those are big quotes, yeah. You know what doesn't bother me? Expansion pack style DLC. Like, if you want to put out a level pack for your game, go ahead. You want to put out, like, another campaign or a playable character separately and charge a reasonable amount of money for it, go ahead. Like, I would say that I'm okay with the Paradox model. It's like, yeah, their games become expensive after a while. And yeah, they destabilize the base game because, like, the balance is focused on expecting you to have all the DLC. But you can still mod the base game. I don't mind that model so much. It's annoying and isn't perfect, but no monetization model is perfect. But if you're going to monetize a game, like, do it the way Civilization does it, where you release a game and then 2 years later you release a $30 expansion pack. But unfortunately, that's not the way most games work, and most companies are budgeted and marketed around unsustainable business models that require unsustainable amounts of growth and unsustainable amounts of income so that people like Bobby Kotick can make all of the money and run away. And it's not like the developers are getting any of that. So... But if you're designing your video game in the same way Konami designs a slot machine, are you really making video games anymore? Or are you just making monetization printers? I wouldn't say it's the Madden path specifically. That's just the annual release path. But, yes, would agree. They do more than what Caveman just said. Caveman is just boiling it down to the absolute bare minimum, but... It's a roster update. They add new players and remove old players, and they change like designs and logos around. They change sponsors around. They usually do a physics overhaul or a physics update to make the game play better, way better. Sometimes they'll add new mode. Well, I mean, sometimes it's not even accounting, right, Letharticus? Like King, which is 1/4 of Activision Blizzard, right? Because it's Activision Blizzard King. King, the people who, make. I don't always my brain always wants to go to Supercell games and claim that that's King, but that's not King. King, the people who make Candy Crush Saga, they have more psychologists employed than programmers. Like psychologists and like statistics and analytics experts who are all employed for the sole purpose of figuring out how to milk as much money out of a thing as possible. Candy Crush Saga, yes. Yes, I know you're being facetious. So it's like, when you have more psychologists on your staff designing ways of enticing people into spending money on a thing, there's a point where you stop being a game developer. And it just becomes a scam. Although that being said, psychologists should study Star Citizen. Speaking of Star Citizen, apparently Star Citizen might release next year. I know that's a weird thing to say out loud, but there's like actual legitimate evidence going around that they might hit some sort of wide release next year, which is really weird to think about. Speaking of weird games with dumb business models, apparently they're like, yeah, we're getting ready to release. Is there a comment? What is like Star Citizen releasing like your what's the word I'm looking for here? Your prophecy for the end of the world. It's like the 3 things have to happen in order for the world to end. It's like world peace, Star Citizen releases, and Chris Roberts actually releasing something. You know what? They should just open source Star Citizen. Could you imagine? End of days. It's like George R. Martin releases the last Game of Thrones book, and Star Citizen releases. When both of those things happen, the 2 of the 3 horsemen of the apocalypse have released. And then I guess the other one is like Jeff Bezos grows hair. So when Jeff Bezos grows hair, George R. Martin releases his last book, and Star Citizen goes into early access on Steam on the day that those 3 things have happened. The world ends. Is that where we're at right now? This is the 3 horsemen of capitalism. That didn't have someone behind him hitting him with a bat. You know, honestly, I think Chris Roberts and Zach and Tarn Adams have more in common than any of you guys want to admit. The difference is Dwarf Fortress is cheaper to fund, but just as ambitious in a lot of ways. Half-Life 3, now let's not be silly. Come on. Let's not be hasty here. Come on. And of all of the ways that Star Citizen could do the things that Star Citizen is doing, at the very least, they're doing it in logical ways. You know, like all of their studios are based in parts of the world where rent is cheap. Like they didn't open all of their studios in San Francisco, right? Like there are bits and pieces. Here's the thing though, Athros. So does Star Citizen. They hit milestones pretty frequently, actually. In fact, recently they've been hitting milestones faster than Dwarf Fort. So I don't know. I don't even follow Star Citizen that closely. I know a few people who I've known through streaming for years who stream Star Citizen like a couple times a week, like on a regular basis. We're done trading with the humans, and I just see them tweeting occasionally about how, oh yeah, no, Star Citizen is like actually getting places, especially as of late. So I don't know. I'm not defending Star Citizen. I think that their business model is fucked, but I can see why people like that thing. No, which is why they shouldn't. Like, I mean, you're talking to somebody with multiple Portal tattoos who would like to get a Black Mesa / Half-Life tattoo at some point as well. I hope they never make a Portal 3, and I hope that they never make a Half-Life 3. They can make Half-Life spin-off games, and they can make Portal spin-off games, but I don't ever want a Portal 3, and I don't want a Half-Life 3. Half-Life is a time and place thing that I don't think should ever have another full installment. They can make another Half-Life Alyx, do stuff in that world, but don't do anything else. You would argue that Zach and Tarn have reasonable goals and actually hit milestones. You bought into Star Citizen after insulting it for multiple years, and it cost you $40, and the game is there, and things work, and there's actual gameplay there. The majority of the systems work. Yeah, and they also update it and like add to it on a regular basis. The problem that Star Citizen has is Star Citizen has feature bloat, but Star Citizen has feature bloat because that's how they get money, right? The way they make money with Star Citizen is they're like, hey guys, we have this new ship that you can buy. That's the problem, is Star Citizen is the only video game in history that will actively lose money the second they release. Because when they release, they've stated before, they will take down the ship store. So when they release, suddenly they lose all their revenue. So they're not actively benefited by hitting 1.0. Oh, totally. I mean, I would take a Black Mesa specific game or like other games that take place in those areas, but I don't want a numbered Portal sequel. I don't want a numbered Half-Life sequel. No, totally. And like that part is fucked. Like that half of Star Citizen is fucked. But you can play Star Citizen. Star Citizen is widely free to play right now. Like you can just play Star Citizen most weekends for free because they constantly are doing free weekends. So if you want to try Star Citizen, you can try Star Citizen for free. And also, if you want to play Star Citizen, buying the game is, as Athros said in chat, about $40. It's cheaper than Escape from Tarkov, which is, again, a similar unfinished mess of a fuck-up infinite development nightmare hole. Same thing. Wasn't that the plot for Resident Evil? What? Black Mesa exploring Aperture Science? How did Resident Evil get into this? The difference, I think, between like Valve Spewer and let's just say Activision Blizzard is I might be overstepping here, but I feel like Valve actually has respect for their IP to a degree. Like Valve games that make it onto mobile make sense to be on mobile. You know what I mean? Like, maybe if they ever remastered Half-Life 1 or something, they could put that on mobile. But outside of that, there's really no reason. Well, I mean, like, they put Dota Underlords on mobile, but that's a game designed for mobile. I mean, we don't talk about Artifact. Artifact was a failure, but at the very least, like, I think Valve has kind of owned up to that failure. Half-Life 1 is a fucking classic, absolutely. You like the tone of 1 more? Half-Life 1 is a special game because it was the first of its kind, which sounds like a weird Dwarf Fortress line. I made this farm plot and then never put raspberries in it. Raspberries. Do I not have raspberries? Well, that's sad. Asparagus, bilberry, blueberry, strawberry, white mullet. I guess we don't have any raspberry seeds. Let's do... Oh, wait, no, never mind. There's raspberry bushes. Why did I not see that? No, it is. I didn't see it because my eyes are bad. Like, I could see quinoa and I could see ratweed, but I had to stare at it for a second to see it. But yeah, no, raspberry bushes is correct. I just am blind. You know, I have this username for a reason, right? Plant seeds and location. It's going to cancel these jobs. There we go. Giving these dwarves a chance to go take a break, pick up equipment, put stuff away. I'm gonna go refill my water. I will be back in a moment. Jack and I get a round of beers, and if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the stream. I will be back in a moment.
Sandwich!
I return. To compete with the strawberry? Maybe some blueberry as well. So yeah, at some point between tomorrow and the day after, all of my camping gear will arrive. At least all the camping gear that I've ordered. How much strawberry is there? Oh, it's the vast majority of our booze. Like, the vast majority. Where is, I guess it would be up top. Trying to skip the blocks screen if I don't need it. Yeah, 1,315 strawberry, 1,200 dwarven, 148 plum, apricot, river spirits, fisherberry wine, sewer brew, prickleberry, dwarven rum, dwarven beer, dwarven ale, raspberry wine, blackberry wine, blueberry wine, bilberry wine, cranberry wine, wine, just wine, you know? Beetroot wine, artichoke wine, finger mullet beer, foxtail mullet beer, quinoa beer, and rye beer, barley wine, and split beer. Those top two are my faves. Slightly more than dwarven? Yep. These dwarves drink more strawberry than they do plump helmet. Which is kind of impressive if you think about it. Where are you headed? Probably picking up crafts, I would guess. Yep, looks like it. I think something I'm going to do. Could put it in this area. Or this area. I think something I'm going to do is something I haven't done in a long time. We're going to mine out more of this lower area down here. We're going to extend item storage. Hey, Brahms, how you been? What is up? Good to see you. Hope things are well. Hopefully your time away from the stream has been pleasant. But it's good to see you. What you been up to? Apparently Japanese wineberry is a variety of raspberry. Sure. That sounds like a berry. Let's do rings, earrings, bracelets, crowns, and scepters, and amulets. And figurines. So apparently there's nothing to put in that stockpile. You've gotten addicted to RimWorld, but you're recovering. Wait, are you recovering from work with your and the toddler, or are you recovering from the RimWorld addiction? Because the crippling RimWorld addiction is a deep hole. But welcome back to the realm of dwarves. Hope that you enjoyed your time away. Toddler, very important though. Definitely spend time with toddler and not on silly Twitch stream. Silly Twitch stream will be here when you are done raising a toddler. You're in for good with the work and toddler. Yeah, that's well, I mean, I don't know anything about raising children, so please humor me. I feel like raising a child gets easier the older they get in some aspects. You know, like true. But you know what I mean? Like I feel like first kid hard initially and then gets easier as you get better at it. But I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm talking about. Like the difference between taking care of an infant and like taking care of an adolescent. Like the adolescent is self-destructive in completely different ways than the infant is self-destructive. The infant rolls over and suffocates, whereas the adolescent just hates you for existing. It's like, but at the very least, they're pretty self-sufficient at a point. Yeah, absolutely. It's like it gets easier in time, but harder at the same time. Anyway, but stuff over here for the stream, it's been good. We're still here. YouTube channel's grown a bit. Still doing the same things. Just 3 days a week now instead of 5. Although the streams I do now are much longer. So instead of streaming 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, I stream about 12 to 16, 3 days a week. But the difference is I actually have time for a social life now, which has been possibly the best thing for my mental health since the last time I got laid. So it's been pretty positive, I would say. Whenever you see your channel update, you run over to Bay 12 and read Tarn's post. Well, I'm glad I can help. Hell yeah. There's no manuals, no instruction guide. Well, that is I would say parenting blogs and the popularity of having a baby podcasts would disagree that there aren't manuals or guides. There definitely are manuals and guides. It's just they're often heavily inaccurate because it's like every person and raising every child is different. I would assume. Like I said, I've never had a kid, so I don't know. But like, as somebody who's looked into advertising for podcasts, as far as I can tell, the highest paying, at least on all of the advertising networks for all okay, so the most frequent, most common advertisements I see for podcasts are, I know they're not Squarespace, and no, they're not like all of the ones that you're probably thinking of, like MeUndies and Manscaped. No, the highest paying, most common ads for podcasts are Christian, like the most valuable podcast demographic are Christian mothers between the ages of 22 and 45 are the most valuable marketing demographic in the podcasting industry, from what I can tell. Based on every bit of my research, the best way to make a lot of money in podcasting is host a Christian podcast for young mothers. I know it's oddly specific, but far and away, as far as advertising and commission dollars go, the far and away biggest portion of podcasting I can find. It's like, yeah, there's like Dollar Shave Club and shit, but you want to make money in podcasting? Host a podcast for Christian single mothers, or Christian young mothers, not single. Which is kind of Raid Shadow. Hey, moms out there, you want to play this video game and ignore your child? I got something for you. But no, it's just funny. What do you even talk about to such people? Honestly, as someone who was raised Christian, but is pretty agnostic these days and out of practice, I don't fucking know, dude. Just show them Krug Smash's minecart video. Yeah, that's the Krug Smash video to show them, is the one where everything turns into red mist. Not, all of like the relatively wholesome ones he does, like when he kills his entire population and turns them into zombies. Oh, you misread minecart as Minecraft? Yeah. I mean, I see people accidentally typo minecart as Minecraft, or like they'll type in minecart on their phone or something and it'll autocorrect to Minecraft. I actually get that quite frequently. You're not following me? Well, I mean, that seems like a you problem. Thank you for fixing that problem. Here's the thing, though, when it comes to following me, I don't actually care if you follow me. But what I will say is it is a lot easier to find my channel if you are following me. You might have a light addiction to Monster Fight. I'm glad. That one was fun. I played that game for like 40 minutes. I was like, I need to make a video about this. That game's neat. It's the only one I actually recorded footage of for the YouTube channel this week, but it's fine. Tomorrow we'll get DF news, most likely. We're on year 402, which means the fortress is 397 years old. But we've slowed down significantly with Longdeath. I only do it one day a week now. And it's partially due to just like audience lack of interest and partially due to my own sanity. But we've slowed down a lot. And I have plans for what I want to do with Longdeath after Steam release, but there will probably be a big break from Longdeath after premium release, but I have plans for Longdeath. I have plans. I've discussed my plans with Tekid. I have plans. But it's more of just a long-form talk show now with Dwarf Fortress in the background. Which I think is okay. You're a generous following god. Thank you very much for bestowing my channel with your gift of, I don't know where I'm going with this, following? That confused Travolta meme. But how you doing, Diamond? For those of you who are wondering what Monster Fight is, just because Diamond typed it into chat, it's this game on itch that I made a video about the other day, which is apparently also a .io game. Actually found another game called Monster Fight, which is an Undertale fan game. Now I can't find it at all. What? I have to go through my own YouTube video. Oh, fuck. Oh, I see why. Because I was spelling it incorrectly. Oh, that's fine. How did birthday stream went? We raised $1,594 for Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, which I'm quite happy with. I'm just kind of curious if it went up at all since, but yeah, so I'm quite happy with that. I mean, you know, could always raise more, but I'm quite happy with the amount that we were able to raise, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm double checking. $1,594.01 specifically for Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, which I think is pretty successful. I had to yell at chat and tell them to stop giving me money at one point. That's, but aside, yeah, I sadly, unfortunately, didn't hit my stretch goal number 44 of $10 million. You know, Bezos said he would show up and help, but he lied. So maybe I just need a Cash App sponsorship, and then they'll show up and fucking throw $10 million into charity for me. But yeah, no. Anyway, quite happy with how that went. Quite happy. I'm now 1 year older. I feel almost exactly the same. And then I turned around and spent all of my birthday money on camping gear, which means I'm now broke. But the benefit is I have camping gear, so I can go camping. Hey, Pablo, you're pink today. You were blue yesterday. Why are you pink today? Unless like you just have random colors on, which is like most people do. Well, fair enough, man. Hope that you enjoyed the video. The like twice a week posts from Zach and Tarn have been like almost a lot for me to keep up with, if that makes sense. But I'll be able to do one this weekend, but I don't know. I won't be able to do one the weekend after because I will be in Quebec from the 20th until the 27th. So I will miss the 20 or the 21st through 23rd worth of streams this week or this month. So there will be 3 days this month I won't stream. When it rains, it pours in DF News. Yeah, well, I mean, people keep on saying they're like, I'm not going to take this seriously until we get a release date, but I'm curious to see if this ends up being like traditional Dwarf Fortress releases. Like previous Dwarf Fortress releases, it's like, you know, just the monthly updates for a couple months, and then bi-weekly updates for a little bit, and then suddenly new releases out. Like there's never any notice or any warning or anything. It's just new releases out. So I'm kind of curious to see if Dwarf Fortress is going to end up being, oh, we actually have notice, or if it's just going to be, guys, it's out next week. Because there is a very real possibility that might happen. God, it did the thing again. Oh shit. It's fall. Heads up, Stone. Both of our annual tributes have arrived. Currently have 41 livestock. But on the topic of money, it only costs 1 penny to get the third spot on the leaderboard for bits. And you only need to gift 1 sub to be number 1 for most gifted subs this week. It's kind of a, I don't know, easy badge, I guess. Wait, what up? Good to see you. Or $1 and then you can boot Orange off the number 1 spot. Thank you. Now is that payment for your forgetfulness of following for so long? But thanks for the $1.02. Cheers for helping keep this channel funded. We're excited to see how they're doing tutorials with the amounts of strange things that can happen directly after the embark to make for some funny Reddit threads. I really hope that there's like a story of, so I started the tutorial and all my dwarves died. Because like I don't know. Trying to think what could kill all of your dwarves. Group of soaring with a very simple tribute. Well, now that the god of following my channel has bestowed upon me 102 pennies, guess your sins are forgiven for not following me for I don't know how long you've watched me. Actually, if you type in !tickets, Linnertick, you'll actually see how many hours you've watched the stream before following. Giant fucking alligator. Yeah, that'd do it. Yeah, that'd do it. That'd do it. I feel like that's wrong because I've seen you around here more times than that. Hold on, let me check something. Unless you've changed your name recently, but. You haven't changed your name in ever? Well, I mean, I can fix this because I see where it's screwed up. So I have 2 bots, so if I launch my old bot, some of the users didn't get moved over. I mean, it's not that much higher. It's 3 instead of 1, but I can at the very least move stuff over. There, I fixed it. Sorted. All right, so let's see what the Council of Men have for us this week. The usual pile of stuff. I thought I moved your stuff over. Did I not, Pablo? I guess not. Yep. Council of Men indeed. They brought us bronze shields. Fancy. Some hemp bags. And oat flour. Sorry, there's some stuff going on with Giant Bomb right now. So to anybody here who watches Giant Bomb, there's a thread on the next. I don't know if anybody here watches or listens to anything Giant Bomb does, but there's a thread on the Nextlander subreddit, which is Dan Reichert is back with Giant Bomb as creative director. And the first comment is, what the flying fuck is happening? Because everybody who is part of the wider Giant Bomb community is confused as ever living fuck right now, because none of this makes sense. What is a Giant Bomb? A video games website that was founded in 2007 by a bunch of people who left GameSpot. But streaming as it is right now was kind of pioneered by the guys at Giant Bomb. Like, the first website for video games that was streaming video game content on the internet largely was Giant Bomb. Like, pre-YouTube streaming, pre-Twitch streaming, like Ustream and any of those things. Like, they were streaming video game, like, they had multiple cameras of themselves on a screen with like E3 in the background in 2009 and 2008, like before anybody else was doing that shit. So they were kind of and are kind of pioneers of what I do. So it's kind of a, what is Giant Bomb? Something hopefully Putin doesn't drop, but also one of the most influential, if not niche, I guess, websites on the internet for video games. Largely based around console stuff, but now I don't even know what it is anymore because none of the original founding members are still there and they've all left. But what just happened was there was a guy who left the site named Dan Reichert, who's a video games media personality / writer, who left the site like 3 years ago to go pursue his own personal stuff and try and get into pro wrestling as an industry. Is now back as the creative director of the site, which is weird because the way he talked about the site when he left was more or less yeah, I'm never going back. So it's kind of just weird. So to anybody who follows like games media closely, it's been a really weird like 48 hours for games media as a whole. Also, like, some of the most experienced and longest running video game podcasters in the industry. And I listen to a lot of video game podcasts. Going to resize this room because I'm noticing a problem. That seems to fix it. Apparently, if you assign 2 dwarves to the same room, and there's a clothing container in both of them, they'll just sit there forever, moving their clothing back and forth between the 2 containers. Investments are open, heads up. But Giant Bomb, it's a website. And also the most popular video games podcast in the world, which is the Bombcast. So this is Giant Bomb. It's a sort of broken sometimes website. And then wait, what? Just goes all in. I was wondering why you were just like, hell yeah, wait, what? But yeah, this is so strange. It's like almost drama, but also not really. Because it's like people getting hired and going independent. But anyway, the co-founder of Giant Bomb is now, went and made a Patreon. So I'm giving him $5 a month now for him to podcast by himself. But it's a weird world for games media right now. But for those of you who are unfamiliar with Giant Bomb and Jeff Gerstmann, to give you an idea, Jeff Gerstmann has been to every single E3 that ever happened and has been reviewing video games since the late 80s, early 90s, professionally. So, like, these are the oldest guns left in the games industry, I guess. But it's just weird. Cutest Ghost, how is you? Hello. Hey, hi, how thing? What up? It's a lot of video. It's a lot of years of video. Yep. But, I mean, how many patrons does Jeff Gerstmann have? Let's find out. Patreon.com/Jeff Gerstmann. I mean, I'm one of them. Just at the $5 tier, nothing fancy. But, yeah, he's got 4,081 patrons, and he announced it this morning. 4,081 supporters on Patreon. Hasn't even posted anything on his Patreon yet, so, you know, that's that life. Anyway, speaking about Patreon, my annual Patreon memberships are currently 16% off. The C can't be capitalized or no worky. So if you support my Patreon for a whole year and be one of my 70-some-odd Patreon supporters, damn Cutest and damn Jack Nerd, big wins. Sorry, Diamond. But yeah, if you support my Patreon now, you can get a whole year for 16% off. Thumbs up. Ain't that cool? I'll shut up about that now. Help pay for my vacation and camping gear. You won 3? It's almost fall. You're just 3 guys and you're having a good time? But well done, Pablo. Well done. The next bet's only in about 50 minutes. You know, I had to explain to somebody the other day that the tickets and my bots thing are not cryptocurrency. Which, you know, in hindsight, the fact that my thing is named Calcium Crypt and all that crap, I could kind of see why someone who would see that for 10 seconds and get worried, but unfortunate. That's adorable. Kind of is, yeah. I was like, no, it's fine. It's not cryptocurrency. I think I would get banned from Twitch for that anyway. Finished goods. You're facing a boss in Monster Fight? Well, good luck with your boss in Monster Fight. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Monster Fight, it's like a free Darkest Dungeon 1-bit game thing. That apparently Diamond Destruct really likes. Level 160 with 663 health. Yeah, I never made it that far. Made it to like level 15. I'm just fascinated by 1-bit games. Speaking of, I did get a shipping update from my Playdate. It has cleared customs. So yay. I don't know why it was stuck in customs for 3 weeks, but Hopefully I'll get my playdate before I go to Quebec. I'd really like to get my playdate before I go to Quebec so that I can bring it with me for the plane. But we'll see. Even if I don't, it'll be fine. Okay, dwarves are bringing all of the things over. What is it called? A playdate. Yes, it's called a playdate. That is what the thing that I hope arrives by then called. Like a sex doll? No, it's a video game console made by Panic, a company that made a number of apps for Apple over the years that are very successful, like software. You've never heard of it? Yeah. I mean, you know, you automatically go to sex doll, which means I'm like kind of going to give you no information about it. If you want to look up a thing that I would be talking about like that publicly on my channel, then by all means. I hate Panic at the Disco. Terrible band. But no, Panic is a software and developer. A software publisher and developer. They also published Untitled Goose Game, and they published and funded Firewatch. Well, I mean, if people are going to be assholes to me for me being excited about a thing, then I'm not going to give you any information about it. No. I apologize for being excited about things. Also, Socks, you and Wait What look identical on my screen. Like, quite literally. Like, I cannot tell the difference between your two names. One of you needs to change the color of your name. Otherwise, I'm going to confuse the two of you, which is fine. Same length, and they both have, like, tall-shaped names or letters at the end. Thanks, Socks. Appreciate you. Let's cut through this. I don't care about spoilers for a free game that I'm not going to play more of, so go ahead. I just found the humor in that game to be amusing as all hell. Sure. Wait, what? Thank you. I mean, I see this odd green color. So if you don't see it on your end, I see it on my end. That's kind of funny. Well, I mean, like, the whole game is like for Monster Fight, it's very much a, like, you're in, like, a weird dream state while fighting with your significant other, the video game. So it's not actually taking place in a fantasy world. It's like in your imagination, right? So, yeah, that would make sense. A lot of stuff to put away. Let's just put wheelbarrows on this. We'll bring wheelbarrows over and then we'll get to it. Maybe I should redo this whole thing. Maybe that's what we'll do. Make that into a project. Or project. Something that needs to be done. Just too much shit. Ponder physical examination. Still, they need to get them more books. Mid-autumn. We are on the 1st of Sandstone. Dwarves haven't shown up to trade yet. Still waiting on those. Be weird if they didn't, but 3 crutches and 2 picks. The game got stuck? No. I mean, it's far from perfect, but it is free, so. I do feel like that's a game that the dev could actually sell for like $2 to $5 pretty easily. I think that it would be totally fair to ask a couple dollars for that thing, but. That sucks, I'm sorry. Well, hello to Off-Work Space Pirate. G'day, sir. I hope work wasn't too annoying today. Hope it was tolerable. I am adding some doors into the various parts of the fortress. Buzzard is fighting with Diamond. And Diamond Destruct says, has the tide, after punching the buzzard so hard that it is propelled away by the force of the blow, he says, has the tide turned? I feel no terror. And punches the buzzard in the head with her right hand, and the injured part explodes. The buzzard has been knocked unconscious. I wonder why. It's almost like its head exploded. Speaking of buzzards, I got attacked by a crow the other day. Although, according to my mom, this particular crow attacks any, like, male with glasses. Apparently attacks my dad, too, every time he walks up this one part of the street. There's just this psychotic crow that'll just, like, caw at you from all the way up in a tree and then dive bomb you. I actually felt wind as it, like, flew past my head. It was kind of terrifying, actually. Not really, but it was like, what the fuck's wrong with you, crow? And then it's like, kind of like, eh. Although my dad's pro tip afterwards was take your glasses off and it won't attack you. So when I walked past it on the way back out of my parents' house yesterday, I took my glasses off, saw the crow, didn't attack me. Very strange. Leads me to believe that someone has been mean to that crow in the past or something. Someone with glasses. Some man with glasses was mean to that crow at some point. What a nasty bird. Yeah, it's more sad than anything. Crow requires offering if you are using glasses. In the format of, like, my flesh, Danks? Also, hi, Danks. What's up, dude? But I'll have to remember that. Next time, I will bring humble offering for the thing. Also, I just received my how your blind. Here's how your channel did this month. This is for YouTube. Apparently, I got 575 new subscribers. 1,037.7 thousand views, or sorry, 137.7 thousand views, and 844.9 thousand minutes watched. That's a lot of minutes. Crow wants blood? Oh no, well, unfortunately I can't spare any of that, so Crow's gonna have to just be annoyed and mad at me when I go by it the next time, it looks like. Blood for the blood corvid? Possibly. Skulls for the skull crow. Ha! That works. I need to turn the water off because we are in mid-autumn. Need to shut it off before the great freeze. so many minutes. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of wild. Like, if I go to the video that I uploaded yesterday, so the Steam News video from yesterday, if you haven't seen it, 177 hours of this video have been watched. 177. It's a 7-minute video. It's like, that is a lot of time. Like a huge amount of time. Admiration after watching a performance. Hang in there, Cassie. The algorithm has blessed me with views. Yeah, and I've no real logical reason as to why. Some people have claimed they know why, and I don't necessarily agree. Some things just get views and some things just don't. This is the reason I will always prefer Twitch over YouTube. It's like, YouTube has its benefits, but my God, I hate how fucking random and unpredictable it is. It's like, some things just get views and some things just don't. And it's like magic. I don't get it and I don't like it. Don't get it and I don't like it. But I'm glad people enjoy the stuff that I put up on YouTube when it does get viewed. I'm just hoping that I'll be able to use the YouTube channel as a springboard to boost this Twitch channel when premium releases. That's my hope. And then I can just maintain both post-premium, and hopefully my YouTube channel will grow significantly. But, you know, who can say? It might grow significantly, it might not grow at all. Because YouTube is random, it makes no fucking sense. I just hope I get to be less annoying and pestery about leaderboards on Twitch post Steam release. And Patreon and such. Because it would be nice to just be funded. Instead of having to be, like, mostly funded to a point where I need to complain constantly if I'm not entirely. To mid-autumn of 402. Heading towards winter. Sub for free tits. Guess that would get you a lot of bird viewers. I mean, bird watching is why my mom has more followers on Twitter than me. Sure, yeah. Yeah, that sums it up pretty well, Mr. Runner. God, that dwarf has a lot of kills. Isn't a birdie the thing that they hit in badminton? That's a birdie, right? Because if that's a birdie, then we could... Like, I could just hang a birdie in the background. Or a shuttlecock. Neither of those are good, but, like... Yeah. Well, I hear the term birdie way more often than shuttlecock. I do know the term shuttlecock, though, which is a strange set of words to hear in one sentence. See, I personally am waiting for space shuttlecock. Sure, there's fan fiction for that, though, if I really cared, which I don't. Low boots and crutches. I know nothing about golf. Is it? I know you whack a ball with a stick. That's the extent of my knowledge of golf. Basically, my knowledge of golf is so limited that it might as well be grass hockey. Yes, that would indeed imply a space shuttle hen. Would they make space shuttle chicks? I mean, the things that you really need to look forward to are the space shuttle eggs, actually. Imagine how big those would be. Maybe we should just send some chickens to space and see what happens. This would be like sending a dog to space, but send chickens to space. Because then we could actually have a space shuttle cock and a space shuttle hen and see if they could make space shuttle chicks. See how deformed their bone density is up in space. This is a weird conversation. How did we get here? Just kind of blinked twice, and now suddenly we're... I guess, like, the... They could probably fly in space. There was a video of some unclipped... Because you know how chickens' wings are clipped, right? So that they can't fly? There is a video of a unclipped chicken flying through downtown Vancouver, like 20 stories up. And I saw that video like on the Vancouver subreddit like sometime last winter. And everybody in all of the comments are like, "Oh, that's not a chicken, that's a drone. Chickens can't fly." And then someone's like, "Where's the drone bit though?" It's like, "Oh, it's 200 meters above it. It's carrying the chicken. The chicken's a decoy." It was like, chickens can fly and come back and destroy mankind. You know, honestly, that sounds like better than the current so I have a question, chat. If intelligent aliens show up and they're all like, "We're here to topple your masters and enslave humanity," what would your response be? Would it be, "Oh no, this is awful," and try and fight back? Or would you be like, "Can't be worse than the people we currently have in charge"? Because in a lot of cases, right now I'm like, well, as long as you're not going to kill all of us and I get food, like they can't possibly be worse than the people that are in charge of us right now. Like, I'm gonna eat ice cream. That's definitely something you should do. It's like me yesterday. I ate an entire watermelon yesterday because my mom gave me a watermelon. And I was like, well, I guess I'm eating a whole watermelon. Actually ate 2/3 of it and then ate the rest for breakfast. But I mean, we more or less are already enslaved. Killing humans is family business. You can't interfere with a family matter. Reminds me of The Sopranos. Another finished goods stockpile. Try reading some Warhammer 40,000 novels. Not to like be, but hold on a second. I'm pretty sure that Warhammer 40,000, like, the humans are still run by humans in that, right? So, doesn't change my point. Or humans. Like, isn't the God Emperor, like, a human? Or was a human at some point? I mean, like, thinking about it. Other options are worse? Debatable. But also, Warhammer 40,000 is fantasy based on extremism and silliness and is practically a cartoon. So I'm not going to, like, you know, not saying that aliens invading isn't like practically a cartoon at this point, but I would expect if aliens showed up, they wouldn't be anything like Warhammer 40,000. They'd probably be more like I would expect if aliens showed up that were going to take over, they wouldn't be anything like Warhammer 40,000. They'd be more like a rival. Like, it would be something that is so strange and out of this world that we wouldn't even be able to communicate with them, let alone, like, be enslaved by them. That's probably what would happen. It's not the most realistic universe. Generally speaking, yes. I would say that it's probably not a stretch to suggest that Warhammer 40,000 is not the most realistic universe. I think that is a fair statement to make. I read that as football. Be like Battlefield Earth. Be like Battlefield Earth and they would drop gases on the whole planet? Oh, probably. Oh, probably. Speaking of, like, alien invasions, what, chat, take a wild guess. What is the most topical, up-to-date, current science fiction franchise to make a video game out of? I'll give you a hint. It's had multiple movies made out of it over the, like, past, I don't know, years. There is books, and one of the movies has Tom Cruise in it. I think it was Tom Cruise. Like, I might be wrong. Shit. Anyway, making a War of the Worlds video game? I'm not gonna lie, this thing looks kind of rad. Well, I mean, they did just make a video game out of Dune. But this is, the thing is, this is a fucking online, like, multiplayer thing. But it's like a cooperative multiplayer thing where you're, like, against the aliens. But, like, they actually got the scale of it accurate. Like, where's that footage? Like, look at the fucking size of those things. Hold on. Like, I don't know. This looks kind of rad. Like, a multiplayer survival horror about running from giant fucking aliens seems kind of awesome to me. I don't know. If they get the vibe right and it plays well, that thing could be really cool. Like, I don't know. If they got the vibe for this right, and it plays well, this could be really cool. Could also just be awful, but the thing is, it'll probably end up being like DayZ, where you have to, like, just go kill people. But if you had a private server for it, I could see that being awesome. The aliens were not dead, they woke up? Oh, really? Huh. Well, they were just sleeping. One of the things I will never forgive my parents for giving away is my parents used to own the full radio play for War of the Worlds on record. Like on wax. And it was like 9 discs or something. But unfortunately, that got given away years ago. Well, I mean, you are getting a Starship Troopers game. Starship Troopers Terran Command. It's out in less than 10 days, 9 days. The demo was pretty trash, though, so I wouldn't pre-order it. I'll put it that way. But you are getting a Starship Troopers game. Will it be any good? I wouldn't hold out hope. Single player RTS. Some sort of alien-themed Left 4 Dead gameplay? I mean, that's not what the War of the Worlds game is going to be. The War of the Worlds game is going to be more like DayZ, from what I can tell. It's more of an open-world survival crafty thing. Whereas Left 4 Dead with aliens, you got to go to... what's the name of that fucking game? GTFO. Would be Left 4 Dead with aliens. Hello, pink fluffy llama. How are you? G'day. You had a way super vivid dream last night? That sounds horrible. Hopefully it wasn't horrible. Day's been good though? Well, that's good. How's the work thingy that happened last week? Has that stuff started yet or nah? All right, let's You're getting tired, so you don't think you're gonna stay super long? Yeah, I got you. Work starts 11th of July. That's a bit of a wait, but any plans for stuff to do up until then, or is it just like waiting, like looking for freelance work or anything? Although, chat, I'm gonna tease something, but you have to promise me something. This is a secret, okay? But I'm gonna tease a thing. Just because this shit looks so cool. Shh. Did have some other freelance work that you mentioned, but that fell through. Ah, rip. Which has made stuff harder, but kind people are being kind and helping out. Hell yeah. You got early access to... God, I wish. Dude, if I had Dwarf Fortress in my... You know, I could do that. I could make a fake EXE that I name it Dwarf Fortress and just give it the art for the Steam release that's been released, and then make a page that says Dwarf Fortress and then just like flash Steam and like pretend that I have it and not actually have it. I could totally do that, but... Although, I mean, I do have early access to play Dwarf Fortress. I'm playing it right now. So do you, in fact. It's free. bay12games.com/dwarves. That'd be so funny. I don't know if it would be. I might actually get yelled at for doing that, but... No, it doesn't violate anything. It is very easy to just make a local... Like, literally, you can make a local file recognized as a Steam game. So it could just be like a simple EXE. Tarn would probably lol at it. Yeah, I'm sure Kit Fox would just laugh. I mean, there was that one time I found a game on itch.io just called Dwarf Fortress that wasn't even slightly related to Dwarf Fortress. It was like a social deduction game, and it's just called Dwarf Fortress. And so I actually like reported that to Kit Fox. I was like, hey, you know, you might want to like ask these guys to change the name of their game. Anyway, that game got delisted from itch, so... I'm not claiming that I'm a cop, but I kind of was a cop in that instance. Am I building games? No, that's not what that means. A game jam is where other people make games. We simply organize where other people make games. leave it on my desktop and accidentally show it for like half a second in an update video. But like, when do I show my desktop in my update videos? That would be so strange. Would I try my hand at game design? I have almost no interest in making games. So no, largely no. It's like asking somebody who loves watching and reviewing movies if they want to make a movie. I mean, maybe, but likely no. If you want me to be in your video game, now we're talking. But it's not the part of the industry that interests me. You're just going to make it a tile set compatible with Dwarf Fortress. Has the added benefit of not requiring you to make art. Yep, that's why you make ASCII games, is so that you don't need to make art. Well, I mean, that's... I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Wait, what? But, I mean, that's not my concern. My thing is, I already do a shit ton. And I don't have... I mean, like, if somebody wants to give me $10 million so I can literally do what I want with my time, maybe, but... Streamer needs to pay bills, and I'm good at a certain set of things, which is talking to people, interviewing people, and making things about things. So when you go from a critic role to a production role, that's not something I'm really interested in. That's not a part of the industry that interests me. If it was part of the industry that interests me, then I would have gone into QA and tried to work my way up that way, which, you know, you probably have seen how well that actually works in this industry. So, no, not really interested. I also have no interest or desire or even for programming of any sort. And I hate scripting. And I don't really like doing graphic design. So, yeah, no. If I were to do any kind of video game work, I would be like maybe voice acting, but I don't consider myself a particularly well-versed or talented voice actor. So. I wasn't responding to what you said. Wait, what? If that's what you're thinking I was just kind of rambling. But no, I have absolutely no interest in trying my hand at game design. Yeah, if I seemed to be talking about what you said, I was just kind of rambling. I technically haven't... I wouldn't say I've actually responded to anything said in chat since the question of, would you try your hand at game design? No. I know enough about how that part of the industry works that I would heavily prefer to stay in a community/content creation role, or critiquing or news/podcasting role for my entire existence in this industry. That's the part of the industry that interests me, the people side, less the actual development side. Yeah, just like not everyone needs or should be a Twitch streamer. It's not easy. Nothing is. Everything is catered to different skill sets and different personality types. Me? I hard disagree, but thank you for the compliment, Chubbs. I did one of those for RimWorld ages ago. It's boring as shit. RimWorld is such an easy game. Or it's perpetually more complicated and annoying. I did a RimWorld run a number of years ago on an earlier version of RimWorld that lasted, it was like 600 hours or something. Long time ago. Which is why I want to manage a game jam, right? Like, I don't see me ever doing anything. I don't see myself ever trying to work into the actual development side of the games industry, but I see it as highly likely that I want to continue to grow and be recognized within the development side of the industry without actually being in development myself, if that makes any sense. Which is a goal. And I think I'm slowly achieving that. Slowly. But yeah, no, all that we really want out of that event, which will be announced soon, TM, so we just want to see what kind of things people can make. We want people to go make cool shit. That's about it. I mean, maybe, but there's this thing called self-esteem, and there's also this thing called, well, I don't know if I have a word for it, but imposter syndrome, I would say. I don't think I have any talent. I also don't think I'm interesting. I also don't think I'm entertaining. And largely, I don't believe I have any voice acting talent. Or any experience for that matter. So when someone would be like, oh, you'd be good at this, I'd be like, sure, I'll believe you. Do I actually think I would be good at that? No. But sure, I'll believe you. Yeah, but are you a public figure for your job, Caveman? Imagine that, but also you're a public figure. I think like the first sign of failure in the content creation industry is thinking you're good at what you do and thinking you're the best at what you do. The second you lose your ability to be humble is the second you begin to die as a creator. Because there's something that I've learned over the years, and that's people who are creators or influencers or whatever you want to call them in this industry, the ones that think that they're really good at what they do are often insufferable, horrible people. The ones that go, I still have a lot to learn, or I don't think I'm very good at that, or the ones that are constantly living in a perpetual state of imposter syndrome are often a lot harder working, a lot more trustworthy, and the kind of people that you want to work with. I don't know what that is. Never heard of either of those things. Caveman crafting. So, I don't know. Is it? Sure. Never heard of it before. Never heard of it before. But fair enough. Dwarf Fortress is saving, so there's nothing I can do currently. Aside from just sit here and twiddle my thumbs. Oh, there it goes. Yay! You roll your eyes at some job offers like needed rockstar video editor because whoever applies must be such an asshole. Rockstar video editor, eh? Unless you work at Rockstar, it's like, well, I guess that I don't know why they're trying to pirate Rockstar employees, but I suppose so. Like, I don't know. I've had people, without saying directly, but essentially stating it's like, hey, your streams of my game have like funded this studio for weeks on end, kind of thing. And being told that is something that I kind of can't quantify. And it's really cool to hear that. But also, because I live in an industry where, like, from your guys' perspective, I'm a person with I don't know how many people are watching, 66 people watching right now, right? And there's people talking in the chat, and there's things happening sometimes. And it can sometimes be exciting, and sometimes, like, large groups of people are thrown at it. From my perspective, I'm just sitting at a desk. Like, it doesn't feel like there's people watching. From my perspective, like, I'm just here. At work. Even. Like, from my perspective, I know that you're real. I know that you guys are people, but from my perspective, it doesn't feel like there's an audience. Right? So when people talk about like my value as a creator and like my audience or my influence, like to me it's like, sure, yes, those are all worth. It's just like actually the quote that I always return to is, the weirdest part about being a creator is people can hear your voice even when you're not talking. And like, I can go a whole day and say nothing on one of my days off, with the exception of maybe recording something. Like, just not say a word out loud for a whole day. Yet at the same time, there's like, what, 170 to 200 people an hour watching my YouTube videos, all hearing my voice, all listening to things I have to say. Well, just remember, simulation theory is just a creation theory for atheists. So it's atheism going, man, I really wish that we had some reason to, like, explain our lack of reason to exist. So if you think that creationists are obnoxious, simulation theory is just a more obnoxious version of that. Regardless of whether or not we're actually living in a simulation. Atheists who never used a computer. Yeah, there's no pop-in in this simulation. So, I don't know. I think, like, as somebody who doesn't generally like religion, simulation theory is annoying at best. It's fun to think about, though. I won't lie, but... My favorite simulation theory, sub-theory that I can insert when people start talking to me about simulation theory is like, well, so if we're all living in a simulation, what if it's like an MMO where we're all on different servers, but there's global chat? And because that suddenly means, oh, it's possible that in some people's reality, dragons are real. Or in some people's reality, the world is flat. But I don't know. I think as a bit of modern human lore, it's a funky theory, but I take it about as seriously as I take Christianity, and by that I mean not at all. And if we are living in a simulation, to the asshole who's running the simulation, please turn it off. Thank you. Please. That's all. I'm tired of this chronic pain. The world is flat in places? Yeah, I mean, I've been to Alberta. I know what flat Earth is like. Yeah, I've seen Animatrix. Well, one of my favorite lines in The Matrix is the line where they suggest that vampires and werewolves could exist. Because they state that the Matrix is imperfect and could also allow for magic and werewolves and other creatures, but that it's like a throwaway line in Matrix Reloaded, and then it's never brought up again, where they're just like, yo, in the Matrix, we could just straight up have like fucking flying monsters and dragons, but like they didn't because people had a hard time believing it. And it's just like, damn it, we could have had vampires in the Matrix. Although supposedly, like, those dudes with the white dreadlocks are apparently vampires. I don't know. Anyway, The Matrix. It's all bullshit. One of the many lost opportunities of The Matrix. Yep, but it doesn't matter in regards to the Animatrix. Because nobody watched it. Although the only reason I watched the Animatrix was because it was included on a special edition Blu-ray that I had of The Matrix. Or, was it Blu-ray? It might have been a DVD, I can't remember actually. I thought that you wrote a code to make people happy. If you ever write the code to make people happy, let me know and send me a copy of it because I could use that. It's like, what does this code do? It tells dad jokes. Well, knee slapper. Someone decided to park a small truck full of money in front of some animation studios. I mean, we kind of have that now, actually. It's called Love, Death, and Robots. Right? Here's a truck of money. Go make a thing. I'm not a big animation head, but when it comes to animation, I'm really, really happy that Love, Death, and Robots exists. Because Love, Death, and Robots, probably the best thing to happen to animation in the last decade. That and Ugly Sonic. When do you fear it's going to be cut? They just put out a new season, though. Like, literally last week. But yes, it probably will be cut. Although, granted, as far as, like, things that Netflix produces, that's not the most expensive one by any stretch. Like, not even close. Like, that's a pretty cheap production show. I mean, for those of you who missed it, has anybody here seen that Chip and Dale like trailer that includes Ugly Sonic as a character named Ugly Sonic? It's so fucking funny. I'm like actually weirdly tempted to see that Chip and Dale movie just to see Ugly Sonic being Ugly Sonic. Something I never thought I would say, but here we are. Everyone's copying the Pixar style forever. It's because it makes money. Man. Sheesh. You would love to see a continuation? Yeah, well, some of them, yeah, and some. I think rather than seeing a continuation of some of the Love, Death, and Robots episodes, I would prefer to just see more things like Zima Blue. You know? Like, that movie is goofy as fuck. In a good way or bad way, Raz? Like, Zima Blue is possibly one of the best pieces of animation I've ever seen. Just flat. Zima Blue. It's from season 1 of Love, Death, and Robots. It's the robot that cleans swimming pools that becomes an artist by redesigning itself. Zima. Here. Episode 14 of Love, Death plus Robots season 1. Here's the IMDb. You're all spelling it wrong. Zima Blue. Yeah, or like the one with the tiny world in the freezer. That one's also pretty good. Now you understand what I'm talking about? Yeah, okay. Need to go rewatch those. I actually rewatched half of season 1 of Love, Death, and Robots because I was watching... I watched season 3, and it rolled over into season 1, and I didn't realize it until I was half through the first episode of season 1, and I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna keep watching. The ones that I don't like so much are the ones that are like, hey, here's just a 10-minute long, ultra-violent fight scene. Because a lot of them are just kind of that, and I think those ones aren't as good. It's like, all right. I mean, there's a lot of, like, ultra-violence in the world already. It's like, except it's animated, and there's, like, a guy peeing on the camera and shit because they don't have any limitations. But it's like... So those ones I don't like as much, but... when they get weird with it and they do something interesting with it, like episode 1 of season 1 of Love, Death, and Robots, the one with the space station when they wake up in the wrong place, that one. That is a good one. The not Stephen King but Train on the Cornfield one. Yes, that one was also good. Trying to think of the other ones that really stuck with me. I really liked... this one was divisive, but I really liked the art specifically in the season 1 time looping thing where the person kills themselves or kills the person at the very beginning, or witnesses a murder at the very beginning in the building across from where they were, and then begins running. I didn't want to spoil the ending in case some people haven't seen it, Space Pirate. So I'm trying to, not, like, just say, this is how it ends. So I'm not going to delete it now that you've posted it, but please don't do that. Like, maybe there's some people here who haven't seen it. So it's fine, but, like, don't do that. Like, it's a 15-minute short film that ends with a twist, and you just blurt out the twist. It's like, okay. Bruce Willis is dead at the end of Sixth Sense, and Snape kills Dumbledore. It's kind of what you just did. But, whatever. And Darth Vader is Han Solo's father. Wait. That would be significantly weirder than it was. There's already enough awkward incest in Star Wars. Don't need more of it. Double D. Oh no! Yeah, it's just in a different save file. Although that fortress is kind of quiet. That fortress is rapidly becoming a trade hub, though. I'm trading with, like, 15 different factions now in that fortress because, like, they're not getting migrants. So I'm trying to just Spread awareness of that fortress. I really liked the art of the farmers in mechs defending the farm. Like, I would play that video game. I feel like Love, Death, and Robots, for me, kind of fall into one of three categories. Either, this is too violent, I would play that video game, and that was incredible. That's kind of all of them for me. It's like there's one in the most recent season of, it's basically like a Pirates of the Caribbean short film, except like ultra violent, where it's just like a bunch of pirates on a boat and they get attacked by a giant crab. Like, I didn't need to see that one. That one was just kind of gross and super violent and like, bleh. Bleh. Could live without that one. But the little robots in the post-apocalypse, fantastic. So, you know, kind of a mixed bag, I would say. But when Love, Death, and Robots is good, it's really good. Like, oh my god. But yeah, we'll be playing the Fortress with the Gelding Queen tomorrow. But I don't know how long we'll play that Fortress for, just because I've already stopped getting migrants and we only have 20 dwarves, meaning that that faction is pretty dead from the looks of things. So I'm going to need to make multiple forts for that faction, I think, to actually like build it up. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Wait, what? It's unrelated to current things going on. But if you want to watch it, the VOD Plank of Nations is up on YouTube. Part 1. It's the other fort that I have running. It's in the same world as the Crimson Police stuff, so Hot Beards and all that stuff. I'm just playing a different faction, so I'm calling it a different series. Yeah, I need to rewatch a bunch of episodes of Love, Death, and Robots, I think. Apparently, Lamb of God is coming to Vancouver again in October. Huh. You just realized that you're watching Long Death and Rob Dwarfs? I mean, wouldn't it be Long Death and Dwarf Fortress? That's the right number of syllables. Although I would say Love, Death, and Robots less time consuming and more entertaining than Long Death. But and hey, Yusharir has given birth to a baby girl. Does anybody want to be the brand new baby girl in the fortress? Is that? Would you look at that? Mist now has a younger sister. Can't remember how many you've had in the past. Wait, what? Did you not have one in this fort in the past? Guess not. Wait, what? Seems like you're getting it. She is the daughter of Yushrir, Blaze Salve, and Plaint Thatchet. She is a casual worshipper of Shistek and a dubious worshipper of Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks. Her very long hair is neatly combed and her free-lobed ears are very flattened. She has an angular chin and her nose is somewhat short. Her hair is ecru and her skin is sandy taupe and her eyes are cobalt. She likes cert, bilin, and gold opal, and giant platypus leather, and giant parakeet tooth, and icohedra, and bucklers, and ballista parts and cavies for their 3 toes, and the words of the keys of outrage, and the sounds of the prim pedal, and when possible prefers to consume parsnip plants and sweet potato wine, and absolutely hates rats. Personally finds artwork boring and values tradition, as most children do. Dreams of raising a family, likes playing with dolls and figurines. She is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. She is somewhat cruel, sometimes cruel, and she has a strong sense of duty. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She has a great aesthetic sensitivity and So she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and doesn't often feel envious of others. She is a friendly individual and she likes to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She is trusting and has little interest in joking around and tends to be passive in discussions and likes to brawl. And she has a greedy streak, and she occasionally overindulges and sometimes can act without deliberation. And when she's nervous, she clicks her tongue. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day, like any good dwarf should. Welcome to the fort. Wait, what? Mom is still carrying other baby from earlier, who is 1 year old. Can't quite walk yet. Also, Stone, you're 68 years old. You're almost nice years old. Almost. Now you really do exist? You have multiple planes of existence now, even, I would say. You know what's like crazy and shows the amount of following that people like Jeff Gerstmann have? Jeff Gerstmann made a YouTube channel this morning. A brand new YouTube channel this morning. Already has 5,000 subscribers. It's fucking crazy. It's amazing what being at the top of an industry is. kind of bonkers. Happy for him though. I mean, he's got like, 2 kids and a house and a wife to support, so it's good to see that like he can leave Giant Bomb and get out of there and very quickly recover and, have a full-time gig. I know a lot of you people here don't most likely care about Giant Bomb or that kind of side of games media, but to be blunt, Giant Bomb seems to be kind of fracturing due to contracts and a lot of frustrations about like having to work under strict schedules and contracts for employers that have deadlines and requirements. And they also are all working salary. And this is the weird part about working salary in games media, right? If you work salary in games media, and let's just say you get paid a decent living wage for the States. Let's just say you make like $60,000 to $80,000 a year. If you are famous in games media and make a Patreon, it is very likely that you can make significantly more than that. And it's really kind of funny to see a lot of these, well, Kind of Funny Games is an example of that, but it's really kind of amusing to see a lot of these old school games media dudes just kind of, for lack of a better term, dump these old contracts and jobs at websites and just go full into what is essentially just like being funded like a content creator. Because it's like, you know, if you're in that upper echelon of games media and you have 200,000 followers on Twitter, and like if you stream with a group of people on a podcast, that podcast gets a significant boost in viewership. And like if you are big enough in this industry where you can just kind of survive as yourself, separate from a lot of these sites, it's shocking to me that more people haven't just said fuck it and just ditched these websites that pay salary and have like requirements and deadlines, and like now largely aren't letting people work from home and are quite literally just being funded the same way I am. You know? It's just like, no, totally. I mean, there's certainly something terrifying to say, like, about saying that, well, I'm going to go from working a normal job to working for oneself. But, like, just as an example, like, look at NoClip, right? Like, they get publicly, like, $30,000 a month to make documentaries about video games. And yeah, they spend bunch of that money on traveling and cameras and other things, but it's two people. It's two people to just go and make video game documentaries. It's like, yeah, they did basically the exact same thing for GameSpot before, but they also had to get X number of amount of traffic to be worth doing. And being funded on Patreon, it's like, we don't care if those videos get 1,000 views, 10,000 views, or 50,000 views. What we care about is that they get made, right? Like, that's the difference between an audience that wants a thing and a company that wants results. So, like, for Jeff Gerstmann, leaving Giant Bomb and making his own podcast and his own YouTube channel and all that stuff, and probably doing relatively frequent streams and guest hosting on other people's podcasts, it's like, I don't care if he takes a week off. You know? Like, I just care that he keeps doing the thing that I like that he does. And that is a way better life to lead, I think, than knowing that you could make a lot more money being crowdfunded rather than working salary. But yeah, it does also have to be a pretty scary step to take. You're trapped making extraneous lore. Lore about what? Return of integrity in journalism? There's a lot of good integrity in journalism, especially in games media. The issue with games media and journalism within games media is people highlight the crap and point at that like it's the only thing that exists, right? And yes, there is a lot of clickbait crap that is not very good in games media. But like, when we're talking about integrity, you need to realize that a lot of that is bullshit. Like, a lot of the claims of, oh, they're paid by publishers, or, oh, you're just paid to say that, it's almost never actually true. Like, there's a lot of the people bashing games journalists for not having good integrity is largely inaccurate. First Next Race, what do you think? I don't know. We'll see. I don't hop on. Like, I can't say anything. I don't know. I don't really hop on. This driver's gonna win everything now. Bandwagons. I like Perez. I'd like to see him win more races. I like Perez more than Max, but I don't care. I just hope for a fun race. I'm also not an F1 aficionado. I just enjoy watching it, so I don't know. Maybe. But I'm not going to go start making predictions about Formula 1. I mean, how can you look at anything if you can't see the stream? Anti-Fortnite cult. You find a lot of media really murky to navigate these days and appreciate anyone who tells me their honest opinion. I mean, let me tell you this, right? Don't trust anything I say about Team 17 because Team 17 has paid me a lot of money in the past. You're hopeful? That was also kind of a fluke, the one that he won, but sure. I mean, Perez has been driving really, really well, but I ain't going to predict anything. But for somebody with anti-Fortnite cult as their username, why? What's scary about a little game where you control dwarves? Like, honestly, for whenever people tell me that Dwarf Fortress looks scary or they say that it seems intimidating or whatever, it's just, all it does is you might as well just say that I'm really young because I grew up playing ASCII games. And games with very simple graphic styles, and that's all Dwarf Fortress is. It's just a game with a really simple graphics style. Like, if you've ever played a text adventure or anything else that's ASCII, you'll know that that's largely in your own head. There's nothing scary about Dwarf Fort. You're simply making artificial barriers, and that's fine. You're welcome to do that. But I hope that you get past that at some point. If you want to learn how to play the game, we can help, but that's all that there really is to say. It's no more difficult to learn to play than any other video game. It's just a matter of doing it. But no, I'll tell you a game that's scary to play. Dark Souls is pretty scary to play. You know what's a game that's really scary to play? League of Legends. Because you have to tolerate other people. What's scarier than other people? Aside from more other people. I mean, seriously. Not knowing who you're going to get matched with, you might immediately, like, get into a game and then have somebody saying that they're going to AFK mid and they're going to troll your MMR down. That's actually truly the scariest thing that can happen in a video game. Dwarf Fortress, just the simple graphics. Nothing scary about simple graphics. Some of your favorite games, some of your favorite games had ASCII graphics, and there was a game with 5 intersections in a city and managing traffic during morning rush hour, and cars were little letters denoting the office that they were headed to. Oh, that's cool. Eventually, the automated system failed, and you were left controlling the traffic lights manually. That sounds kind of anxiety-inducing. Sounds kind of like a primitive, like, what's the name of that game? Jess, thank you very much for the raid. That's not the game that... Chat, what's the video game where you it's like kind of minimalistic, it's very white looking, and you like draw highways? I'm blanking on the name of it. Help me out here, chat. What is the name of that video game? Tiny something. No. Mini Railways? Mini Motorway. That's the sequel, I think. Mini Motorways, but yeah, that's it was Mini something. Mini something ways? Yeah, Mini Motorways. That's what. Mini Metro was the one I was actually thinking of. Mini Metro was the one that I was actually thinking of, which is the first one. But yes, Mini Motorways is the sequel. That is the game that I was thinking. Sounds like a primitive Mini Motorways. Anyway, Alistair, Solantre, 573F, TK Condor, JSOG, Codyhedron. Who else am I missing here? Probably somebody. Nello. Hello, everybody. Yes, Mini Motorways was the sequel to Mini Metro, but I was thinking of Mini Metro. Mini Metro was the game I was thinking of. Jess, how was Beaver Builder? Beaver Builder? Beaver Builder. Game where you build stuff with beavers. I'm playing basically the exact same game except dwarves and underground and looks like The Matrix, apparently. Although I've seen The Matrix, and this looks nothing like The Matrix. But that's what we're playing. It's called Dwarf Fortress. A video game that I play too much of. But thank you very much for the raid. We got some cool things to announce soon over at Halcyon Frequency. Dwarf Matrix, yeah, the Euristrix. Euristrix. Matrix D's nuts. Maybe the greatest game of all? It's a game. I don't know if it's the greatest game. It's a game, and it's a good one. Tetris is the greatest game of all time, okay? So, you be careful when you start saying greatest game. It's absolutely Tetris. Dwarf Fortress is close second, though, I would say. It's Tepa fucking game. Apparently. We're birthday raid because birthday? Is it your birthday? What? Cheers.
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
I mean, apparently Hero Quest is the best game ever made because anyone who says otherwise is wrong. Oh no, it's Halcyon's birthday, right? You're right. It is actually Halcyon's birthday today. I thought that was tomorrow. Yeah, I had my days off by one. Right. Yeah, because we were going to do something last week and then I forgot like what day of the week it was. We were going to do something last week and then it didn't happen. So we're recording something this week. But we do have things to announce. Hero Quest is the best game ever made and anyone who says otherwise is wrong? Yes. Well, I've never played Hero Quest, so I can't confirm nor deny that. I just think his enthusiasm for the concept of Hero Quest being the best game ever made is very convincing. Because anyone who says otherwise is wrong. But yeah, it is Halcyon's birthday. We're 3. Ay, ay, ay. But yeah, we got a thing to announce. That's not related to Halcyon's birthday. A thing that I've been sending artwork back and forth for all day. We're 3. 3 candles. Someone should make a cake. And fax me a piece. I'll send you my parents' fax number. I won't actually, but they do actually have a fax machine. Why do something today when you can still postpone it for tomorrow? Well, I mean, like as an example, if your water heater explodes and is spraying water all over your basement, that's something you should do on the day of instead of waiting for the day after, because the day after there would be more water in your basement than the day of. So that's why you should do something the day it happens instead of waiting for the next day. But fortunately, like, Halcyon's birthday ain't going nowhere. And none of us were available over the weekend because we were all busy with various fucking things. So, so I mean, I guess it depends on the context of whether or not you're postponing a thing until tomorrow, right? It's like, should you eat the food that's out on your counter? Or rather, should you put that the leftovers from dinner in the fridge or wait until tomorrow? It's like, well, if you wait until tomorrow, it might go bad. So that shouldn't be postponed. You should put the leftovers into the fridge instead of like having reheatable macaroni, you know? Trying to think of other examples here. You should drink your coffee before it gets cold, but in my instance, I have a cold cup of coffee, so. Also, Solantre, thank you very much for the 22nd month, by the way. And thank you very much for the first notification of money in 2 hours. It's pretty consistently like every 2 hours I get a notification of money. Cheers, man. But yeah, no, it's just like we were kind of trying to do something last week for Halcyon's birthday, and then it just kind of ended with it was my actual birthday over this weekend. So I was like, yeah, I'm not going to be like in my apartment at all this weekend. So it just kind of didn't happen. But we'll get something out for next week. Hot coffee is always better than cold. I know there's something we said for cold brew, but cold brew is like a different thing. It's like the difference between hot chocolate and a chocolate bar. It's like they're both chocolate, but they're a different thing, you know? It's like coffee and cold brew, two different things, largely. Lickin' me knockoff. That sounds like a euphemism for something. Like, what are you insinuating with the lickin' me knockoff? But I hope that stream of Beaver Builder was good. That game seems fun. Did they put that sing-along thing in the video game yet? Because I sent in my voice for that thing. I need to look into that again, actually. See what that ended up turning into. You haven't heard it, so you don't know? I did send in, like, a thingy, because we talked about it on the podcast, and we were all like, yeah, we should just, like, do this. So I sent in me, like, singing kind of out of tune, because apparently I'm tone deaf when I'm listening to something in my headphones and trying to match it. But I'm sure everybody else will be slightly out of tune, and I'm sure it'll sound awful, which is why it'll sound great. Because individually we sound awful, but as with a large crowd of people, it just sounds like people singing a national anthem, which is a whole bunch of people who don't know how to sing, kind of mumbling along with the thing. I mean, I've never read, I can confirm, I've never before read the sentence of lickin' me knockoff. That is a sentence I have never read before. Good night, Diamond. You have a good one. But to anybody who came over from the raid, we're going to probably play, looking at the clock here, maybe another hour of Dwarfs. And then we're going to be swapping games, and we're going to be jumping over to Unexplored 2, which is a game that made Kiri very, very, very sick. And I can see why. It's got a very sway-y camera, but it doesn't quite bother me. So we will be playing some more of that, because that game is very interesting. I don't know how good it is yet, but it is very interesting. Certainly an unusual sentence. Yeah, it's not a sentence that you read every day. Almost as unusual as some of the add-a-word stories that you guys have made me read over the past few years. But to everybody coming over from Jess's stream, what have you guys been up to recently? Playing any good games? Are you guys still all stuck in V Rising? Or has the excitement for that thing faded yet? Because I feel like I've stopped hearing about V Rising, which means one of two things. Either, one, it's now just such a big game that I'm not going to hear about it anymore because I'm not actively following news about it. Or, two, people have slowed down playing it. Timberborn still needs some love. There's a lot of mechanics that are really frustrating and need some quality of life improvements. Gotcha. I ran into my main issue with Timberborn was it felt very, very restrictive. Like I played like 5 hours of it and I thought it was fine, but it felt like it put too many artificial restrictions for the sake on the game for the sake of like balanced progress, and I didn't find that fun. It's like if I want to play a city builder of that sort, it's like I want to play something that has a little bit more freedom and creativity to it. I felt like Timberborn to me felt like it had a lot of really neat ideas that were annoyingly limited because of its own mechanics. I think if it just had like an open sandbox mode where there was like no building distance restrictions and stuff, I would enjoy it a lot more. But the fact that like I can't actually build a city in the way I want to build a city in what seems like a pretty open creative city builder is a little bit frustrating. Feels a lot more natural now. Well, I mean, if beavers can only walk so far down roads and you have to build another city center to extend your distance, that was the thing that broke it for me. So I highly doubt they'll change that. But I mean, right now my go-to city builder if I want to play a city builder is Songs of Six, but that is like as open as you can get. Right? Yeah, the city center thing was the mechanic that made me go, All right, I'm done with this. I'll play this again later, maybe. Maybe not. Which, like, largely, from what I can tell after reading into that particular thing, is it's an engine limitation and frame rate concern more than a mechanical limitation. At least from, like, back at the beginning of all of that. Like, when the game first released, they were like, yeah, we decided to go with this limitation for, like, engine, like, limitation purposes. And that, to me, is, like if it didn't have that limitation, I think I would go from it being it's fine, to this is awesome. But instead, it's fine. I guess I'm just so used to games that are like, limitations, my ass, and just like throw the limitations out the window and crunch the frame rate into the wall and watch it steam on the ground and go, well, it kind of runs like shit, but you have a really big city. And I'm so firmly in that direction. Like, even with like Cities Skylines, right? It's like, yeah, Cities Skylines has limitations by default, but it has a built-in mod to remove that limitation, right? But like, you accept that your frame rate is going to suck, right? And I think that if they ever get to that point with Timberborn, where it's like, oh yeah, sure, you can remove these limitations, but your frames are gonna suck, that's when I'll play the game, because I would rather have shitty frame rate and be able to build what I want than a good frame rate not being able to build what I want. The worst thing about the game is you don't recover resources when you delete frames or buildings. Oof. You know, I kind of understand that from a mechanical perspective, but at the same time, fucking give me the resources back, damn it. Or like at least a portion of them, you know, especially if resources are like a pain to get or limited, for that matter. So I don't know. Timberborn is one of those games where it's like, it's a small team, it's slow development, and they'll get there. And I'm sure it'll be absolutely phenomenal by the time they hit 1.0. And they definitely are taking feedback, and it is improving. So it's just, in its current form, it's like, yeah, that's not something I really need to play. You know? Also, forwarding your feedback to Fog. Like, if you realized you built something one tile off, too bad. Like, Dwarf Fortress kind of has that problem, where like you can damage the ground around things. So like if you dig in the wrong spot, you can't put that dirt back, right? So like if I dig into this wall here, there will forever be like a discovered shaft right there that I've dug into. But if I build a wall and deconstruct the wall, I get the material back from the wall that I built. You took a bunch of notes for feedback, and you'll be sure to submit them. Yeah, sounds good. I mean, it's one of those things where they just need people to give them that feedback. There's a I think it was a People Make Games video. I need to look at who actually I think it was People Make Games. Put up a video called hold on, let's see if I can actually. Yeah. Why Subnautica owes its success to this one button. This is a video on People Make Games. Fantastic YouTube channel, by the way. I support them on Patreon. But they put out this video all about feedback and developing an early access game. And it's mostly an interview with one of the developers talking, and also him talking about the game, about how they prototyped their feedback button and how they designed it and why the feedback button like shaped the design of the game and how they used it to like acquire feedback in real time and basically use like their public player base as QA, essentially. It's a fascinating watch. It's only 15 minutes, so highly recommend it. It's also like kind of amazing where they're just some of the bugs that some people discovered are kind of incredible because their feedback button allowed people to write a line of text and also it would take a screenshot. And the biggest complaint that they had initially was, why can't I swim to this big ship that was crashed off in the distance? Because in Subnautica, there's the big ship that goes thunk into the ocean. Apparently, in the original design doc, you weren't ever actually supposed to be able to go there. But because it was the #1 most reported bug of why can't I go there, they were like, to make you be able to go there. So they like completely fucking pivoted development to allow players to go to that ship when they weren't. That wasn't even like a planned feature initially, which is it's a really neat video. Recommend watching it. Got a lurk now, stuff to do. I know how that feels. You go do the stuff you got to do. Thanks for the raid. Cheers. Devs that make games that players want, you love to see it? Yeah. Jess said she was going to leave early, but she just can't stop. I mean, she's leaving to go do Jess things now, I think. Which might be other work. It might be going for a walk. It might be yoga. You never know. Streamers are mysterious creatures that do things that aren't streaming sometimes. But how's things, Boo? Hope your day's been good. Although yesterday I was like, I'm going to be productive and get a lot of video editing done. And I'm also going to be productive and like prep stuff for tomorrow and do various things and record a couple videos for YouTube. And you know what I did instead? I watched about 3.5 hours of not just bikes videos on YouTube. And then recorded one thing and did like a quarter of the editing I wanted to get done and then went to bed. I was like, it is too late. And now I'm here and I'm working. Because that's how life goes. Also, can I just say reading "It's Our Birthday" is never going to be a normal sentence to read. It's always going to be confusing. It's like, our birthday? What? Ah, I know what you're talking about now. It's never not going to be the most confusing sentence ever. It's like, no, it's not. That's not how birthdays work. Oh. You're quite happy? Anything specific or just happy in general? I'm just excited because, well, I'm not excited because I currently have crippling credit card debt, but I'm excited because the cause of that crippling credit card debt is a bunch of camping gear that I purchased. So, basically all of my month's revenue so far is going into camping gear. So thanks, chat, for bankrolling my camping fund. TLDR. Looking forward to getting to go camping this year. It's going to be nice because this schedule that I have now allows me to actually go camping. I'm excited. First week of July, streamer gets to go camping. It's not that bad. It's like $400 in credit card debt. I just have to wait until payday, and then I can pay it. I need camping emojis? I mean, I don't... Why would I need emojis? Emojis already exist. There's like a tent emoji. Camping emoji. I don't have any emojis. Emojis are what is the governing body behind emoji? No, that's a circus tent. That's very different. Hello, I are stupid. How are you? G'day, sir. I mean, they are Unicode, but is that the name of the governing body behind emoji? Because, yeah, I don't have any emojis. Although what I think Raz is referring to is that I need a camping emote. And I'll tell you the same thing I always tell people when they tell me I need more emotes. If you want me to get more emotes, we have to unlock more slots. So, I need 700 sub points. Currently, I'm pretty sure I'm at like 400. 440 sub points. That needs to be at 700. Tier 1 sub is 1 sub point. Tier 2 sub is 2 sub points. Tier 3 sub is 5 sub points. So you can do the math. You gift that many subs and I will get a camping emote. That's the reality. I would also pay for my camping gear, though, so it'd work out, frankly. The Unicorn Consortium? Sure. Yeah, but you didn't... the thing is, though, you said emoji. Twitch doesn't have emoji. Twitch has emotes. Emotes. Not emoji. 2 different things. It's like calling all bandages Band-Aids. And also like calling all handkerchiefs Kleenex. It's a brand name. But I digress. Is it 6? It might be 6. I don't know. Raz, thanks for gifting 3 months of a tier 1 sub to wait what? Enjoy three months of ad-free viewing, courtesy of Raz. Also, thanks for being the first person to gift a sub this week, Raz. Cheers, man. I have to be slightly more obnoxious than normal because I'm, going on vacation at the end of the month, too. So, It's not a gift if you expect something in return. It's oddly thought-provoking. A 6 song in the music channel, by the way, for whenever. Well, I'll take a look after stream. Good night, Troopin'. See you tomorrow. Call the bricks in your house Lego and no one can stop you. Sudden lawsuit shows up on your front door. Speaking of subs.
happy belated birthday.
Thank you, Audio. Cheers, mate. I hope that the deck thing is being sorted, because that sounds like an absolute fucking nightmare. But thank you very much for the Tier 3 subscription for... Well, not Tier 3 for the entire time, but for 60 months! Holy shit! Long goddamn time. Long goddamn time. Like, seriously. Really, 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 really long goddamn time. You're kind of occupied with roller coasters and shit? Oh, is that what you were doing on Friday? I don't know. You have temporary lines installed, so you do have power in your house then. That is good. So many subs? Who is many? But thank you very much for keeping that sub alive. If anybody else has a resub or a prime sub or $1 in bits on your account, you could hype train that. And it'll definitely pass level 1. Also, nice hat, Audio. You have graduated 2 classes. And thank you, I Heard Stupid, for gifting a sub. There we go. It's now a train. Choo-choo. Can I get some crypt zooms in the chat? The game is saving. I don't know why it went off twice. Unless I missed something, but there you go. It's level 3. Winning. Thursday to Sunday, you were on a trip? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I was pretty phased out of existence like Thursday to Sunday, so. But I hope you had a good trip. I just read that person's last name is Popsicle. Like Thratpin Popsicle. But it's Papsule. Thratpin Papsule. Because spring has arrived. I wonder, well, Mayor's still alive. Congrats, Tele. You survived another year. 1 pick and 3 crutches. And thanks for the $1, I Are Stupid. Cheers, man. Thursday, you were seeing Wicked with the roommate? Right, yeah. Thanks for the 10 cents, thanks. Friday, Saturday were roller coasters at Kings Island. Sunday was drive home. Sounds like a hell of a couple days. It's fun. And it's good to hear you traveling for things that aren't work, though. Or, I don't know if that quite counts as traveling. But yes, it is indeed spring again. 403 is the year. Human bringing barrel is the year. I don't know what that means, but... Going back to California, I'm assuming is what CA means. But is this a good thing or a bad thing? For you traveling, I can't tell if that's positive or negative. Because that could mean I'm going somewhere for work and oh god, it's going to be hell. Or it could mean I'm going somewhere for work and it's going to be awesome and I can't wait. And there's like, or it could be I'm going somewhere because I want to and I'm excited. So I don't know if that's a positive, but San Jose, California. Gotcha. I enjoyed San Jose. San Jose was a chill place to be out of all the places I've been in California. I don't really like California. I've kind of come to terms with that. But of all of the cities I've been to in Cali, San Jose is probably my favorite. It's the least, like, intense of the cities I've been into. Glue fumes. Isn't that how you get high? Is that a joke? Because I don't get. Is CA like a brand of glue or something? Man, Group of Alchemy. They getting rich. They even brought us an anvil. Look at that. You don't like the last minute nature of it? Oh, I see. Oh, that sucks. So it's just kind of a no notice, sudden surprise work trip type deal. Damn. Shotgun King is now in Chinese. You can play Shotgun King in simplified Chinese. That's... Huh. Interesting. Got it. Yay. I'm gonna go, use the restroom real quick. I've had to pee a lot today for some reason. But thank you very much, everybody, for the hype train. We'll be back in a sec.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
But yes, chat, thank you very much for the train. Place you like, but shitty circumstances? Yeah. Although I would argue work travel's almost always shitty circumstances. But... read the last Discord words story. Hold up. All right. Save earthworms from fishes. Beware donkey will skin your olms to arms. The stream will fondle water. Why? It never connected, but that's FUG standard. I don't think that's a word, but fine. If music doth protest dinosaurs, then dance the Macarena, prancing poodles pop popcorn peculiarly. Sensical math professors grimace at students, but if prime numbers are nice, then we shall celebrate 19. Complex combinations complicate computations with monads and gonads. For a second I thought I was muted. Tree structures are building outhouses according to antithetical regulations. No nudes ever, okay? Potatoes. Cheers, thanks. Well, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays for way too many hours. Never have time on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Odds are pretty good. I might be live. I think Jeff Gerstmann is learning how to use Patreon because he just sent the same message twice to all patrons. So choo choo indeed. I don't know what a monad or a gonad is, so for whatever that's worth. I don't know what either of those things are, so I'm just kind of believing that those are words. I know what a nomad is. I don't know what a monad is. I don't know what any of those things are, Pink. A monad is a monoid in the category of endofunctors. Sure. Anyway, the elves are here to trade. Easy peasy, uh-huh. Sure. Def. All right. It's the abstraction that allows for the joining of different operations together. All right, sure. That sounds like a thing. But from Stone's description, I would think it's truck nuts. But, you know, none of this makes any sense or means anything to me. So, that's my take. None of this makes any sense or means anything to me. Are made up as far as I know. I mean, I'm going to Google this and see what I land on. Nope. Stone is accurate. Gonad is a primary reproductive organs. Referring, I can't show this image because that's a dick. Referring to either testicles or ovaries. So that's what a gonads is. Gonad D's nuts, I guess is what that means. Stone is correct. Can confirm Stone is correct. The described taste? I don't think so. Starfish have gonads running up and down each arm. That's mildly disturbing. Thanks for that mental image. Just mildly, not like life-alteringly disturbing or anything bad. It's just mildly. Just a mild form of disturb. Are you going through old videos on my YouTube channel that should probably be private and you're just like super chatting on them? I are stupid. I see what you're doing. Thank you, but you're like commenting on videos that aren't even monetized. That I'm going to unlist this video because that shouldn't be unlisted on my channel. Anyway, unlisted that video. Congratulations, you found a video that should be unlisted. Ire Stupid, like, I guess, is searching by old on my YouTube channel and then just super chatting on videos that, like I said, should either be private or unlisted, but for some reason aren't. I have, like, maybe 50 videos up from before I even made, like, content actively on that YouTube channel. Ire Stupid is truly a troll, yes. Of the best variety. Although I do want to say shoutouts to the super thanks feature on YouTube. That's a pretty good feature. Granted, I'm biased because it's making me money, but pretty good feature. Considering it's like YouTube keeps 30%. It's not bad. Harmless trolls are the best trolls? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, totally. Also, hi, Hoshan. How was you? Your dwarf's still around. You're a thresher. You're frustrated after being unable to fight for too long. Put you into one of the squads. You practice some military stuff. But you're helping us move some boulders. Pretty good dwarf. How old is your dwarf, actually? 22 years old. Born on the 6th of Hematite. Doing pretty good, I think. An area in GTA 2 called Gonad? Oh, that's probably an attempt at a funny, I would guess. This is what paying attention in biology class gets you? What, a crypt burr is what it gets you? I mean, I would say that I paid attention in biology class because it was one of the more interesting parts of school, but Would I say that I paid attention in geography class, or biology class? Why am I like swapping topics constantly? I wouldn't say that I paid attention in biology as much as I should have. I was much more interested in like every other subject. Biology was not particularly enticing, although I did quite enjoy. So at TELUS World of Science in Vancouver, they have these like life-size models of humans, but it's just like doesn't include any of the skin, and every single part of the body, so every bone, every internal organ and everything is a puzzle piece. And so you just like punch this human skeletal corpse thing and all of the body parts fall out, and you have to like reassemble all of the bone structure and all of the internal organs. That was fun. That was like the only thing about like biology that I remember being fun. Was getting to rebuild a corpse at one point. You didn't pay attention in biology class. Instead, you got to discover as an adult how interesting tube worms are with their external lung organs and organs made full of bacteria and hearts with one chamber. That was a long run-on sentence indeed, yeah. But most of Twitch chat is one long run-on sentence, like, let's be honest. But Gate Nerd, how goes, how do I refer to you as? How goes my favorite famous TikToker? We too have organs full of bacteria? Well, I mean, I would argue that I have no organs, which is why I don't play music in a church. But Look Mum, at No Computer, has an organ. So, I can't confirm or deny whether or not it's full of bacteria, but I mean, it's one of my favorite like dumb church jokes is why can't skeletons play music in church? Is because they got no organs. Dinner time? Alrighty. We'll be playing something different by the time you get back, probably. You're going to head off? Just don't off head, okay? You need that attach. Offing head would be very Queen of Hearts of you, in fact. I'm funny. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. You know, it's funny. Like, I was working on the community garden plot that I have with my mom a couple weeks ago, and I just kept like making bad jokes like that. And she at one point just like threw her shovel on the ground and just looked at me and said, "I didn't have kids to deal with this shit." I'm just like, okay, I'll stop. Which I consider to be a win. She's just like, I'm gonna leave you to do all of this yard work alone if you keep doing this every 5 minutes. It got to the point where she just simply ignored everything that I said. I think Cussy had a tantrum. Yep, Cussy had a tantrum. I saw the combat log, but I think we missed it. Well, didn't kill anybody, that's good. Got into a fight with a merchant. Considering he just missed twice. Let's see how you deal with prison. Assuming you go to prison. 29 days in prison. Yep, going to prison. Hopefully you enjoy your time in prison. At least there's no beating involved. Wait, what have you been doing wrong? Trying to play music with no organs? I'm sorry I made the same joke again, but what? Or did you just figure something out with your code? That's completely unrelated to all my bad humor from earlier. Also, chat, before you ask, at the very least, the first trip I do, backpacking, I'm going to bring this camera, and I'm going to record chunks of it. I'm going to bring all 4 of my batteries and maybe even a tripod. It was my birthday on June 3rd, and I've been saving for a little bit, and I spent my saving plus all of my birthday money, and then so all of my birthday money plus like $200 on camping gear. So I am now the proud owner of a backpack, sleeping bag, tent, hammock, tarp, water carriers, carabiners, flashlights, fire starter, all the crap you need for backpacking. It's a very long list, but I'm now a proud owner of most of that stuff. There's a few things I still need to go pick up at some point, and some things that I'm making myself, and some things that I'm waiting for arrival. But starting first weekend of July, and then hopefully going forward every other weekend for until further notice, me and my friend Kevin are going backpacking. I just answered your question. So no, I'm not going alone. Although I could, theoretically, but it's unwise for me to go alone because I have multiple things wrong with me that could cause me to just drop dead in the forest. So no, going with a friend, but I've known this dude for over a decade now. Like it's like 12 years I've known this guy, and only like in the last year have we realized that we have a mutual interest in going camping. The difference is I have a shit ton of experience backpacking, hiking, and survival camping from when I was younger, and he's never been backpacking in his life. So outside of like a handful of trips that were using other people's gear and not a lot of fun because of the people they went with. So humiliated after being confined. That is a net negative. Sad. But hopefully the end result will be we get to go camping as frequently as I went snowshoeing last winter. Because like the thing that really got us set on going camping was, some of you might have noticed, but I went snowshoeing a lot last winter. I posted a lot of pictures on Twitter. I didn't actually do any videos, but I did post a bunch of videos or photos on Twitter of me going snowshoeing last winter. But that same area, which we can get to via public transit, is provincial property. So you're just allowed to camp there. We don't quite have the same right to roam and such as like some parts of the world, but we do have city property, and anything that's city property is like, or not city property, provincial property, you can legally camp on as long as you don't set it on fire. Which seems to be a pretty reasonable rule, right? Like, don't start a forest fire, and, you know, don't have a rave out there, and you're probably fine. So, yeah, we're going backpacking. So I will probably bring my my GoPro with, more so just to film stuff so I can show my mom, more than anything, but also I can share it with you guys as well. Since I've been talking about backpacking on stream quite a bit recently, one of my favorite comments I've gotten maybe ever from somebody was from Clinodev, who stated, he's like, one of the reasons I like you, Blind, is you're one of the only streamers I watch who I can confirm has been outside in the last 3 years. Because there's not one, but 2 videos of me hiking on my YouTube channel. Like, if you go to my YouTube channel and just type in hike. Actually, there's 3 technically, but yeah, I have 3. Hector Ferguson, well, 3, but one of them is a clip from the second one. So I have 3 videos of me hiking, and I've posted photos of like 12, maybe 14 hikes from the past few years. Although I didn't take photos of every single one of them, but... But yeah, we're literally going to be busing to the base of Mount Seymour and then taking a taxi up the mountain. Which is like $30 to get a cab up the mountain, but... Release you... Either forgot to buy bug spray or left it at home. You should see the amount of like bug repellent I have. I have two different types of I have anti-mosquito spray and anti-tick spray. I have a head net, which is just a net that goes over your head underneath your hat, and I have a bug net that's gonna hang from the top of my tarp, which I put my sleeping mat and sleeping bag in. Because we're not bringing tents, because tents are for wussies. So instead we're bringing tarps. You like to hike, but not much opportunity in Kansas? Yeah, I can see that. Well, I mean, there's opportunity. It's just very flat hikes. Hiking is often like attributed to like walking up the side of a mountain, but... You know, I would say this, I are stupid. Camping is a lot like D&D. It's only as enjoyable as the group that you're playing it with. So if you have a good group of people to play D&D with, D&D is probably fantastic. If you have a crappy group of people to play D&D with, it is the most unpleasant experience of your life. And it's kind of the same with camping. If you have a group of people that you like being around that you want to go camping with, it is great. Or if you can camp alone and you enjoy camping alone, that's also great. But if you are... with a group of people, that can easily ruin it. Very, very, very easily ruin it. I'm just trying to make this area look better. But, like, as an example, we're bringing, like, a shovel and toilet paper. Like, that's the kind of camping I like doing. Pouring more coffee. It's time for the 4 p.m. cup of coffee. As it's almost 4 p.m. I'm still wondering what Pink Fluffy Llama's been doing wrong, but... Alright, let's do that. And I got this whole open area of not much, and I don't know what to do with any of it. But I think that this entryway looks a lot better now. Still not happy with it, but... I've gotten way better at fortress construction in the time that I've been working on Longdeath, and so, like, I'm looking at the stuff that I built, like... a year ago in Longdeath, and I go, man, I could do this in so much cooler ways now. But it's difficult. The dwarf 104, in the year 104, the dwarf Slipple became the broker of the eternal adventure of time. We're into mid-spring, so I can turn the water back on. Comes the water. Always impressed by how much pressure's on that. But how's the transition into YouTube content been? Gainer, have you had anything pick up at all? Since I watched the one video that you put up, YouTube has been like feeding it back to me constantly. So from my base knowledge of the YouTube algorithm, once you get like 2 or 3 more of those up, you might actually start to see similar success because of the type of content it is. Then you just got to get your shit on Nebula and then you're good. That's not quite how it works, but I think you know what I mean. But yeah, no, I'm happy to have found people that want to go hiking and camping this past year. It's one of the better things that's happened to me recently. But you know, one of my goals, actually, my main goal for last year with content creation was to get to the point where I can have like a healthy work-life balance, and now this year I'm taking advantage of that healthy work-life balance. And the reason I say that is because it is likely that Dwarf Fortress will release at some point this year in some format. And when that happens, I'm going to be working a lot for a bit. That is also very likely. So if Dwarf Fortress releases, I will probably be streaming a lot more than I am right now. And I will probably be making a lot more YouTube videos than I am right now. So it will probably be a very busy couple of weeks for me whenever that happens. Like, I'm more or less just going to be like, well, whenever Dwarf Fortress has a release date, that month afterwards is just a write-off. Like, I'm not going to be able to do anything that month. So whenever that happens, I'm just going to be pedal to the metal, face to the grindstone for a month, and then hopefully I come out the other end better than I am currently. And that's the goal. Work in this industry is strange sometimes, but I think that we've been doing quite well. The fact that I'm still here is already like a statement for something. Yeah, well, essentially okay, so like Dwarf Fortress is a crowdfunded game, right? Dwarf Fortress gets influxes of revenue when big things happen, right? It gets influxes in revenue when they put out a new version because a lot of people play it. It gets influxes in revenue when they make a big announcement about a future feature because people get excited for it. But because right now they are working on a game perpetually that needs to be released on Steam, people aren't actually supporting them as heavily, so their revenue has been doing this every month. Like, they've been actively making less money, and Zach and Tarn aren't, like, wealthy. Like, Tarn quite literally got, like, passively evicted from his apartment last year. So that's the world that those dudes live in, and so it's not a matter of they're aiming for this year. It's a matter of it needs to come out this year because they need the finances to be able to live. So it's not so much it's aiming for this year. It's it'll come out this year in some format because it has to. That's where it's at. So, and it's a weird spot for the game to be. And I don't think Zach and Tarn like it very much. And I don't think anybody who plays this game likes it very much, because we don't like it because we haven't had new content or an update in ages. And they don't like it because they're making less money. But the second that releases on Steam, I just hope that they're set for like 10 years and just kind of get to live on the ongoing revenue from it. Like, I hope that they get enough money from the release that they are just set. Don't need to worry. Classic DF was so much fun, they've already earned your money. Well, I mean, if you want to throw money at them, they have a PayPal where you can throw money at them. One of my biggest successes, I think, as a creator was somebody commented saying, I just threw $100 at Bay 12. It's like, yay. Ouch. Shoulder's getting sore. Alrighty, chat. I'm thinking, because my stomach just did that, like, 40-second long grumble. I'm thinking I go eat me lunch, leave you guys with some music for a minute, and then we play some Unexplored 2. How does that sound? I think it is time to do just that. Because we're a little bit lurky, and usually when chat gets a little lurky, it's time to swap games. So, as an update reference, we are currently 403 mid-spring in the 27th of Slate. We started on year 402. I think we basically did. Did we do one or two fall things? I can't remember. I think it might have been two, because I think we might have started at like the end of summer. 401. Anyway, we are getting very close to 400 years. A year and a half, basically. Or a year and 3/4. So next week, we'll probably hit year 400, which is cool. So I think I'm going to go grab me lunch, like I said. And when I come back, we're going to go play some more Unexplored 2, which is a game that I'm still learning very much. But if you just want more Dwarf Fortress stuff, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube than you could ever reasonably watch, including my birthday VOD, which is now up. And if you want to support the stuff I do directly, there's a link to the Patreon. Stream isn't over. We are going to be going for, 6 hours. Yeah, about another 6 hours, probably. 5 to 6 hours. But we're going to be playing some Unexplored 2, which is a run-based action open-world adventure game thing. You're still such a noob in DF? It's fine. We're all noobs. We're all in noobs together. Speaking of noobs, I need to give you guys some music before we swap games. I am going to move us over to the directory for the game that we're going to be playing. So I think that you love watching me, though. It's nice that people like watching what I do. Because, I've said this many times, but